Volume 2, Chapter 12 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 12. Time, as he courses onward, still unrolls the volume of concealment. In the future, as in the optician's glassy cylinder, the undistinguishable blots and colors of the dim past collect and shape themselves, upstarting in their own completed image, to scare or to reward. Coleridge. From Catherine to Elizabeth, March 10th. Night and day for the past week have Ellen and I by turns taken our station beside Evelyn's couch, unwearily performed all those tender offices which loving solicitude could suggest. She lies prostrated by fever, which at time abates, and again increases in violence. She takes no cognizance of the outer world, and Ellen's eager desire to be known and embraced by her cherished sister has not yet been gratified. Several casual remarks made by Dr. Wesley have convinced me that he feels a deep interest in his unknown patient, and that all the skill which he possesses will be exerted to stave her. And I, in how responsible a situation am I placed? Perhaps it is that very responsibility which makes my chagrin at Evelyn's danger less acute than it would be otherwise. My anxiety is intense, while my mind is clearer and my energy greater than ever. Sometimes I am half inclined to inform her family of her existence and her peril, but a vague dread withholds me. Alas, how long will she remain thus, daily becoming feebler and less able to struggle with disease, daily fading away before our sight? It may be that the fever will only depart from her as death, approaching, lays his hand upon her brow. Since my thoughts have ever been so continually occupied with Evelyn, my vigilance over Blanche has necessarily been relaxed. I have not latterly exerted that controlling and subduing influence over her by which one mind can force another into willing submission. She has also had opportunities of leaving the house unattended, and I today discovered that she has more than once taken advantage of this suspended surveillance. On returning home this afternoon from Nancy's dwelling, I accidentally inquired, "Where is Blanche?" "I think she has gone out," answered Netta. "I have not seen her for a couple of hours." "Gone out without my permission or knowledge?" You may suppose that this intelligence alarmed me. I instantly, but uselessly, sought her in every room of the house. I was momentarily growing terrified when, passing through the entry, I thought I heard a low moaning. I looked again into the parlour and into the schoolroom, but the sound did not proceed thence. I opened the door leading into the garden, and beheld Blanche, seated upon the steps, with her hat and shawl beside her, and her head resting upon her knees. The moans had issued from her lips, and her fingers were twined in her loose black hair, as though their nervous motion could relieve the burning of her brain. At my approach, she ceased her plaintive wailing, and, springing to her feet, attempted to rush by me into the house. With a firm grasp, I caught her by the wrist, and, encircling her waist with my arm, forcibly led her into the schoolroom. "Where have you been, Blanche?" said I, seating myself, but still retaining my hold of her hand. She threw herself upon the floor, and, leaning her head upon my knees, only answered with her tears. I smoothed back her loose hair with the caressing motion which we would use towards a child, and said, "Blanche, will you not speak to me?" Do not ask me where. I do not know where. I do not know how I came there. To love him still, is that not dreadful, unnatural? He has betrayed me, yet I love him. He has ruined me, yet I would be his slave. I am bound to him by a tie, an unholy tie, which all the fiends of hell cannot sever. When I was a child, somebody told me that men could sell their souls to the devil, who had thenceforth all power over them, and he is the demon, who with his false love has purchased my soul. I have sold myself to him. I cannot extricate my spirit from his iron grasp. I am his. I love him. I thought that I hated, but no, I love him. Unnatural and depraved, I love my father's murderer. Try to be calm, Blanche, that I may talk to you. Calm? My brain is on fire again. I have seen him, and by his side, on his arm. I knew she was his victim by his soft look. It was that look which went to my heart. But no, he shall not blast her existence too. He shall not poison her spirit with the thrilling words that set me mad. I will save her. Must I not keep my oath, the vow I made to my murdered father? I had almost forgotten it. What would you do, Blanche? I ask in accents of horror. Give your purposed deed a name, that you may reflect upon its enormity. Would you commit homicide? Would you murder? Hush! Do not speak that dreadful word. But I must do it if justice places the steel in my hand. If my father cries out to me from his tomb to strike, if by the blow I shall save her from being what I am. Listen to me, dear Blanche. Retribution belongs to heaven, and not to mortals. Justice never demands vengeance from our hands. It is your disordered imagination that makes you fancy that you hear your father's voice. Think you that he, knowing your wretchedness in this life, would seek to render your state more dreadful hereafter by bidding you to commit so horrible a crime? But think of her. Shall he break her heart as he broke mine, and shall I not stretch out my feeble hand to save her? You may be mistaken in your fears, but if not, would that authorize your becoming a murderess? But I am very sure that you are mistaken. Ah, tell me that again. Tell me that he does not love another. I could forgive him. I could lie down and die at his feet if he only loved me still. I could not live and know that he loved another, that he breathed into her ear the thrilling words that he poured into mine. It was that thought that maddened me again. I am very sure that your suspicions are groundless, repeated I, and the poor creature's gratitude could not find expression in words. When I beheld her thus softened, I thought that this was a favourable moment to extract from her a vow which would perhaps make her forget her former one. I lifted the little Bible from my desk where it usually lay, and, taking her hand, placed it solemnly upon the sacred book. Blanche, I ask one token of gratitude and of love from you. With your hand upon this holy book, promise me that you will never attempt the life of the one who so deeply wronged you. Blanche looked up, her features beaming with grateful tenderness, and uttered the words, I promise." A mountain seemed removed from my heart, and tears of joy flowed fast upon the book which I clasped between my hands as a pledge that his life was secure. Blanche aroused me by saying, "You weep too, and I love you for weeping, for what can I do but weep? 2 vows. I have made 2 vows, one to my father and one to you. I must not take his life. No, no. I should not have had courage. I should have thrown my arms around him and placed the dagger in his hand and bade him finish his work and kill me. I never could have harmed him. Yet my vow to my father, revenge. I must be revenged, not to kill him, yet be revenged, and save her. Oh, what a frightful thought shoots through my brain. He shall lose the power to charm and to betray." Before I could reply, Mrs. Willard, attracted by our voices, entered the room. Blanche, who instinctively shuns her presence, instantly stole away, and as soon as I had succeeded in evading rather than answering Mrs. Willard's questions, I also withdrew. I felt certain I could trust Netta, and summoned her to my chamber. After some prefacing remarks, I cautiously told her that I feared Blanche was not at all sometimes in her right mind, and that I depended upon her, Netta, to see that Blanche did no injury to herself, and to be particularly watchful in preventing her from leaving the house alone. Netta was flattered by the confidence which I reposed in her, and promised implicitly to obey my orders. She has intelligence beyond her years, and relying upon her fidelity, I shall henceforth feel more at ease in absenting myself from home. March 11th. A note from Ellen brought to me by Billy. My hand is almost too tremulous to impart to you its contents. The hour when Evelyn's fate will be decided has arrived. Anxiously as I have longed for this moment, I now shrink back, and would fain have the time postponed. Ellen, in her notes, bids me hasten to her. She has just been informed by Dr. Wesley that the crisis is at hand. During the past night, Evelyn grew much worse. She has now sunk into a deep sleep, and upon her awakening, so the doctor has declared, her intelligence will be restored, and we may once more clasp her to our hearts and call her ours. Or she will instantly pass to that happier land where Lilla has gone before her. We must submit to the decree of heaven. If she is summoned away, duty forbids us to murmur at God's mandate, but oh, how difficult it is to bend and say, "Thy will be done." I cannot force my stubborn lips to utter any sound but "Spare her. Spare her to us." All my self-possession has vanished. My quietude has passed away. I am unnerved. I hold up my hands supplicatingly, and dare not meet the stroke. Evelyn, in the meridian bloom of her beauty, at the height of her uninterrupted joyousness, rises before me. I see her innocent face as it looked when the folds of the bridal veil fell around it. I see it in its superb beauty when she personated Gullinere in the tableau, again in the calm purity which rendered loveliness more lovely as she lay upon her couch, with the newborn infant clasped in her twining arms. I behold that same fair countenance as it now appears, worn, emaciated, with the burning glow of fever on the cheeks, and the fearful light of insanity in the still brilliant eyes, and then methinks I gaze upon it as it lies within the coffin's narrow bounds, whiter than the encircling shroud, colder than our paralyzed hearts. God grant that she may live to learn something more of his mercy, of his goodness, of those holy and spiritualizing truths to which the noonday of happiness she had not time to give a thought. Night, March 12th. I can find no relief for my overfraught heart but in my pen. Oh, Elizabeth, through what terrible scenes I have passed since I traced the last lines which darkened this sheet. I have been oppressed by a midday nightmare. Would that I had only dreamed, that I could awake and say, thank God, it is but a dream. But I will not anticipate. I will pass again and quietly through the scenes which have just wrung my heart, that you may calmly follow me. Yesterday was Friday, and on receiving Ellen's note, which reached me at about 10 o'clock in the morning, I instantly dismissed my pupils at the risk of displeasing their parents. Before I joined Ellen, I wrote a few lines to you, as much to compose my mind as for any other reason. I was a little calmer when I laid by my pen, and before I passed Nancy's threshold I had schooled my heart into a tolerable degree of resignation. When I entered the humble dwelling, Ellen was sitting in her usual seat near her sister. Johnny, Nancy's youngest child, lay upon her knees. She had just hushed the noisy little urchin to sleep, for fear that the sound of his merry shouts might disturb the dearer slumberer. The hectic hue on Evelyn's cheek had almost entirely faded away, and those cheeks looked more sunken in their pallor. Her silken curls clung in matted masses to her damp forehead, and a cold moisture bedewed the hands clasped above her head. Her breath came regularly but very slowly between her parted lips, and a peaceful smile rested upon that once roseate mouth. Ellen's eyes were red and swollen, but their expression, as they met mine, betokened an unwavering hopefulness. We neither spoke, but the mutual pressure of our hands, as we sat side by side, said more than words. In about a half an hour, during which Evelyn remained in the same position, I rose gently and retired to Nancy's apartment. Ellen made me a signal to carry the child with me, and placed it in my arms. Luckily the little fellow did not wake, and I had the gratification of laying him with sealed lips upon his mother's bed. I was stopping over the fire, preparing some bread jelly, a most nutritious restorative, which Evelyn might possibly need when she awoke. Nancy was engaged in washing the kitchen utensils outside of the door. As I was in the act of removing the jelly from the fire, Ellen approached me on tiptoe. "Come in," whispered she. "She has turned on her side. I think she is waking." We re-entered the small, close chamber together. In almost breathless silence we stood beside the bed. Evelyn's fingers moved uneasily. The little slipper, which she had not relinquished throughout her illness, fell from her hands. The faintest peach-blossom hue tinted her cheek. Her breath grew less even. She sighed gently, and slowly opened her eyes. Intelligence, hope, tenderness beamed from those clear blue orbs as they languidly gazed around the room, and then rested upon Ellen's face and mine. With a sudden effort, Evelyn raised herself in the bed and extended her arms towards us, exclaiming in a faint but thrilling voice, "Sister, Miss Catherine, oh, is it you? Is it you?" An irrepressible cry of joy burst from Ellen's lips as she threw herself forward to meet her sister's offered embrace, but Evelyn was seized with a cold tremor. Her brow contracted as though some frightful thought were shooting through her brain. She shudderingly evaded Ellen's caress and buried her face in the pillow. "Thank God! God in heaven be thanked! She will recover! The crisis is past!" ejaculated Ellen. "You are restored to us, dear, dear Evelyn! Loved sister, thank God!" She attempted to encircle her sister's neck, with her arms, but Evelyn pushed her away and said in a tone full of anguish, "Do not touch me. Do not call me sister. I am nothing to you now. No kiss, no word of love, no hope. There is none left for me." Ellen was mute from horror, but my strength had returned. I bent over the sorrowing Evelyn and said, "You recognize us, Evelyn, do you not? It is Ellen and your friend whom you once loved. You can never be otherwise than dear to us." You do not know what I am," she ejaculated in a broken voice. "You would shrink from me. You would not breathe the same air. The very atmosphere I breathe is polluted. Do not come near me. You are innocent, and great God, I was innocent once." Ellen grew so pale as these words struck her ear that I feared she would faint. I touched her arm and whispered, "If you love her, calm yourself. Her life may be risked if you show any emotion. I conjure you to be calm or to leave us." Then, turning to Evelyn, I said, "What you were and what you may now be cannot alter what you are and always must be to us, beloved Evelyn. We will mourn with you and pray for you, but never, never forsake you." Miss Catherine, was all she could utter, but her arms were about my neck, and her head upon my bosom, and my tears mingled with those that streamed from her eyes, as she again and again returned the kisses which I imprinted upon her lips. Ellen stood beside us, like one deprived of sense and feeling by some sudden shock. Her dreams for the future were dispelled. Her hopes were dashed to the ground. Yet the cause of this sickening dread was undefined. She was appalled, yet scarcely knew why. I made her a sign to embrace her sister. She obeyed me almost mechanically. "You too, Ellen, you too forgive me, though in the wide world you and Carissima only can ever pardon. If galling tears, if hours of misery, of unutterable misery, if remorse more poignant than the pangs of a torturing death, if ceaseless prayers and unremitting agony could wipe away that foul stain, my soul would be purified. And it will be, Evelyn, when rationality returns with restored health, and your life proves that your penitence is sincere. But you have not heard all that I can tell you. You cannot know how culpable, how lost I am. But do not judge me until you hear all, and you, Ellen, with what mournful eyes you look upon me. But you do not turn away. You will not spurn me when you know the worst. You will never forsake me. At least I shall have you left in this world. I shall not be quite alone in my wretchedness. To us, you will ever be the same to us." Ellen's voice trembled as she spoke these words, and they were evidently pronounced with much difficulty. "You must be composed, Evelyn," said I. "A relapse might be fatal, and this excessive excitement will produce bad consequences. I have some nourishment prepared for you, and you must speak no more until you have been refreshed." "Oh, you are so kind, but I cannot eat. I need no food, and I cannot rest until I have told you everything, for then, perhaps you will loathe me too much to let this dear hand lie in mine as it now does. Well, you may. I loathe myself. I grow frenzied because I could not fly from my own thoughts. Memory tortured me until I would have died to escape those fearful recollections. But I felt that they were branded upon my soul, and I should eternally carry them with me. But hear me now, for I must tell you all." "Not until you are stronger, Evelyn," said I, placing my finger upon her lips. "When you have eaten, then we will listen to you. Nay, not a word. You must yield." and she did yield without a remonstrance. I laid her head again upon the pillow, which Ellen kindly smoothed, and leaving the sisters together for a few moments, returned to Nancy's room for the jelly. It was quickly prepared, and Ellen supported her sister while I placed the spoon to her lips, replenishing it as often as it was emptied. When she had swallowed a few spoonfuls of the jelly, she shook her head and refused to receive more. "Can you not sleep now?" I inquired.
No, not now. Not until my mind is unburthened. Yes, Ellen, raise me up higher, support me. It is so sweet to be supported in your dear arms. How long it is since they have twined about me. And you, Carissima, let me hold your hand. And if you can help it, do not draw it away until I have done. But no, turn your eyes from me. I shall not have the courage to speak if you look at me with such pitying glances."
We complied with her request, and she commenced the sad story which I shall now relate to you. That mournful recital is so indelibly pressed upon my memory that I have not forgotten one word, and her musical but touching tone is even now sounding in my ears.
"Carissima," she began, "you remember that dreadful day when Laura sent for me at Mr. Fleecer's, and I met you as I was escaping her presence."
I bowed my head in token that the day to which she alluded was not forgotten.
"In that interview, Laura accused me, how shall I tell you? She said that all the world knew it. She reproached me with, she accused me of—"
Evelyn was unable to proceed. Tears of agony choked her utterance. "I overheard that conversation," said I, with assumed calmness. "She accused you of loving Colonel Dameron, did she not?" Evelyn assented by sign. Her agitation was so excessive that it was some moments before she could continue her narration.
"And I could not deny," she sobbed out at length, "let me speak truly, that I loved, worshipped, had given up my whole soul to him. Her fatal questions made me for the first time vow to myself that I did love him, beyond any other human being, beyond virtue, honor, the hope of heaven, even better than my child. Lilla, my lost Lilla. I had long, but without ever analyzing my own heart or analyzing my emotions, struggled with this passion. For Colonel Dameron gained an ascendancy over me. The very first moment I beheld him, I felt myself irresistibly attracted towards him, irresistibly bowed before him. It seemed to me as though I were a creature of his will, as though I lost my very identity in his. I earnestly, and in desperation and sickness of heart, warred against this uncomprehended feeling. I closed my ears to his moving voice. I shunned his dangerous presence. But the mysterious power he exerted over me was too mighty. I had not strength to resist. I listened to him again. I found no happiness except in his presence. I seemed to myself like a defenseless child battling with a giant. When I conversed with you, Carissima, then only was I inspired with superior energy and courage. It appeared as though you flung an armor of purity about me, and for a while I was calmer, happier, for I could withstand the tempter's fearful lures. Lilla was born, and love for her superseded all other affections. I thought I was saved, but I saw him again. My devotion for the child found a sympathizing echo in his breast. Then you left me, and Laura— oh, I cannot say how it was, but when I talked with Laura, my whole nature was changed. I was a slave to passion, and I believed that an unalterable destiny forced us to yield to the strongest dictates of our heart. I was most wretched. I enjoyed none of the comforts at home. I found 1,000 faults in Walter. I reproached myself, my parents, all of you for having permitted me to become his wife. I still adored his child and mine, but sometimes I was even wicked enough to think that I could not have loved it had it not been dear to Hubert, to Colonel Damerow. You returned, and I shrank from your scrutinizing gaze, but I did not yet acknowledge to myself my own guilt. Let me hurry on. I cannot dwell upon the conflicting emotions which warred together in my heart when you conversed with me. I might have listened to your voice, but Laura was ever by my side. The evil genius swayed my spirit and drowned the heaven-breathing tones of the good. Walter mistrusted me and grew cold, and I began at once to fear and brave him, while a growing repugnance to his society rooted itself in my heart. When Laura's note reached me upon that dreadful day, Walter had just accused me of an unwifely demeanour, and though my conscience at the very moment rebuked me, I angrily retorted. I obeyed Laura's summons. You heard her dreadful words. She told me that I was a criminal in the eyes of the world, and, oh heaven, she made me conscious how criminal I must be in the eyes of God. My reproachful heart cried out that she spoke the truth, and I left her with the half-formed determination of committing suicide to escape from the horrors of my situation. You encountered me as I was rushing from the house, but I broke away from your embrace. In the street I did not know which way to turn. I had hardly reason enough left to guide my steps, and then... You returned home, did you not? Inquired I, observing that she was unable to conclude her sentence. Not yet, not yet. Oh, that I had! The first person whom I met was Colonel Damerow. Alas! If we had not met at that dreadful moment, perhaps I might not be what I now am. He joined me. He saw my agitation. He entreated me to tell him the cause. I could not speak. My head swam. I hardly knew where I was, yet I remembered that I clung to his arm. But when he tenderly pressed mine, I started from him, and might have fled. A warning voice whispered me that now was the fatal moment, the moment of imminent peril and of trial, that now, if I conquered, I would henceforth be free from the galling yoke which I was madly fastening about my own neck. He pursued me, and my steps faltered. We were again walking side by side. I cannot tell you, I cannot make you conceive with how much tenderness he soothed and reanimated me. I had grown feeble, and he offered his arm to support me and guide my uncertain steps. I accepted it, and then for the first time, he avowed his passion. His words, his dangerous looks, his more dangerous tone. I can give you no adequate idea of them. All power had passed away from me. My very physical faculties were prostrated, and I fainted in his arms. When consciousness returned, I was lying upon a sofa in a small chamber adjoining a confectioner's. My head rested upon Colonel Damerow's bosom. His arms were around me. I could not move. I felt that henceforth I was his. A young woman was standing beside us with a glass of water in her hand. He seized it, placed it to my lips, and then motioned her to withdraw. I trembled in every limb, yet I did not move from the position in which I lay, and I felt rather than saw his eyes upon me. Oh, Carissima, have you ever felt the gaze of one you loved? Is it not an appalling sensation? At last I started up and said, let me go home. He did not attempt to detain me, but respectfully rose and said, you are very weak. Had you not better rest upon this sofa until you regain your strength? I fear that you are unable to walk. He spoke truly. I was too feeble to hold myself erect, and sank powerless into a chair which was standing near. He placed himself beside me. He conversed with me long and earnestly. Can you believe that I was shameless enough to repeat to him my conversation with Laura Hilson? And I can hardly call to mind what happened. It was all so confused, so like a terrible dream. But he conjured me to fly with him from the home which was no longer dear, and in the most glowing and eloquent language pictured to me our future life. I must return home. Let me go. I must see my child, was all that I could reply. Not until you promise that you will meet me afterwards at Gramercy Park, he answered. Do not spurn me. Do not hate me for it. For I was beside myself and knew not what I did. I promised. Almost in silence he conducted me home, but in his looks and the mute pressure of his arm, in which mine was linked, spoke more than words. We parted at our door. I will wait for you at the park. Will you come? Said he. I could not reply, but the expression of my face contented him. The door opened, and I entered the house. I flew to the nursery. I found Lilla asleep in her cradle. I dismissed the nurse from the room, and kneeling down beside the slumbering innocent, I tried to utter a prayer, but it died away upon my lips. The child had never looked so beautiful, had never been so inexpressibly dear to me, yet a mysterious power which had gained dominion over every act and thought forced me, in spite of myself, to resign her. I lifted the sweet babe in my arms and almost blistered her delicate face with my burning kisses. I was quite certain that those kisses were the last I should ever press upon her living brow. She woke, and I lulled her to sleep again and replaced her in the cradle. When I rose up, you were standing beside me, Ellen. In the most afflicting anguish of mine, I wandered about the room without regarding you. One of Lilla's slippers was lying upon the bureau. I snatched it up. Oh, what have you done with it? Where is it now? As she spoke, she looked anxiously about her for the slipper. It was lying upon the bed-quilt. She clasped it in her hands and continued. I took the slipper. It was most precious to me, for it was something of Lilla, and I could bear it away with me. I have worn it in my bosom ever since, worn it upon that breast which was so unworthy to cradle the angel God had given me. I then passed into your room, Ellen. I would fain have stolen away some remembrancer of you, but you followed me, and the book that I had seized was returned to its place again. I left yours, and I entered my own chamber. You still accompanied me, and, do you remember? No. You have not forgotten our embrace? That dear embrace almost shook my purpose, but I had taken first fatal steps in the descent from virtue, and could not pause in my impetuous course. You left me at my own request, and once alone, I became reckless again. I waited until I thought that you were busied in writing, and then stole from my chamber and from the house, that once happy dwelling, which was to be my home no more. Evelyn paused, and gazed with sorrowful eyes around the wretched room in which she was now lying, and a tear glistened upon her wasted cheek, but her calmness surprised me. Ellen and I had listened with breathless attention to her recital, and it was a relief to us that here, at the most dreadful portion, her silence gave us an opportunity of recovering ourselves. For some time Evelyn seemed lost in thought, but the light pressure of my hand disturbed her. Yes, I will hurry on. Have patience, for it is very horrible. What was I telling you? Where was I? Now I remember. I stole from the house. I took nothing with me, no clothing, no jewels, nothing. They were Walter's wife's, and I had forfeited that name, guided by some invisible hand, for I think I had never been there before. I hurried to the park. Colonel Demarest was waiting me, and a carriage stood near. I stopped when I saw him. My limbs refused to bear me on. With a joyful countenance he approached me. I did not even notice him by a look. I could not. I was wholly powerless. In the most tender language he accosted me. I still continued speechless and motionless. There was nobody near. He lifted me, unresisting, in his arms, and carried me to the carriage. When I recovered the use of my faculties, I found myself driven along at a rapid rate. His arm encircled my waist, and my head reposed upon his shoulder. You shudder, Ellen. So did I. So do I now. But too late. Too late. I was born to the most magnificent abode. I was surrounded by a species of luxuriously tasteful elegance, such as the imagination might picture when we rise from the perusal of the Arabian Nights. My apartments resembled the halls of an enchanted palace, and the presiding genius of every hour essayed to charm my eyes and ears with some new wonder. But Lilla's small slipper still lay upon my breast, and seemed, in spite of these entrancing sounds and sights, to cut like a sharp instrument into my very heart. All my wants were supplied as if by magic. Though I had not brought a change of garment with me, on the second day after my departure from home, I found myself the mistress of the most tasteful, complete, and elegant wardrobe imaginable. How it had been provided so speedily, I could not divine. Colonel Demarest often absented himself for hours, but during my solitude my ears were constantly enraptured by delightful strains of music, which proceeded from invisible minstrels. Portfolios of the choicest engravings were spread before me, and books, romances of the most pernicious character, were always at hand. I abandoned myself to the wildest excitement, for thus only could I banish thought. But happy, no, not for one fleeting moment was I happy. Even in the midst of my mad enjoyment, I realized that that word could never more be applied to me. The melodious strains jarred harshly upon my ears, for my heart was out of tune. My eyes were too often dimmed with tears, which never flowed, to delight in the most beautiful works of art. I could not read. The page before me was ever darkened with the relation of my own frightful history. Even Colonel Demarest's fascinations, when most powerfully exerted, most torturingly increased my internal anguish. I could not fix my eyes upon his countenance without a pang. I could not hear his seductive voice without shuddering. My smothered sighs alone replied to his words of endearment. And when he one evening attired himself in his pirate costume and threw himself at my feet, I lost the recollection of my guilt and my agony in insensibility. Yet I loved him. I had never loved before. But no, you, Miss Catherine, would not desecrate the name by calling a passion so unholy love. At the end of a fortnight, I had one night of fearful dream. I shall never forget it. I thought that I beheld Walter sitting beside Lilla's coffin. He was woefully changed, and the unutterable wretchedness delineated upon his countenance sent a chill of horror to my soul. While I gazed, a rebuking voice, which sounded like yours, Catherine, whispered in my ear, "Behold thy work." I awoke, but the vision haunted me, and I dared not close my eyes to sleep again. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Volume 2, Chapter 12, Part 2 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 12,
Part 2. That morning, for the first time in my life, I reflected over my whole past existence, my follies, vices, and, yes, there were crimes too. They all stared at me, like so many frightful spectres, in the face. When I thought of Colonel Damerow, I remembered, or rather for the first time realized, the insidious arts by which, from the days of our acquaintance, he had assailed my honor. My eyes were opened. The more deeply I thought upon his character, the more I loathed and despised it, until I started up, exclaiming, "How could I have ever loved him? Sensual, selfish, cold-blooded, sacrificing the honor of one he loves, her temporal and eternal happiness, for his own transient gratification. Oh, how could I have ever loved him?" From that moment my passion was turned to scorn and indignation, not to hatred, for I despised him too thoroughly to hate. I dreaded his return. Never, never more could I endure to meet the grasp of his perfidious hand. But what was to become of me? Oh, if I could have only once more found myself at home! How much better a wife, how much worthier a mother I could have been! But that was impossible. My feet must never cross that threshold more. I had forfeited forever the sacred titles of wife and mother. I wonder that I retained my reason, because I became certain of these terrible but unalterable truths. Alas, I was not so happy as to grow mad. Upon one step I instantly resolved, and that was to forsake Colonel Damerow and abandon my present sinful course of life. But whither should I fly? How should I support myself? These questions I could not answer, but my determination remained unshaken. I summoned the maid, who daily attended upon me. She was a young, pale-looking girl, and her face plainly betokened that she had known sorrow. I thought that she would sympathize with my grief, and I was not mistaken. I gave her a slight sketch of my history, at which she showed no surprise, and entreated her to bestow upon me a suit of her own clothes, that I might pass through the streets unknown. "I cannot purchase them from you," said I, "for I am destitute of means." As I spoke, my eyes fell upon the jeweled rings glittering upon my hand. I always wore those rings, and when I left home I did not remember that they were upon my fingers. I drew off a costly diamond ring and begged her to accept it. She quietly refused, and answered that she would supply me with clothes without recompense. I hastily attired myself in a suit of her coarse garments, and that I might be more perfectly disguised, cut my hair close to my head, and wore one of her caps. "All of your beautiful hair! You cut it off yourself!" exclaimed Ellen, involuntarily. "Why not, dear Ellen? I hated the very sight of it. It had too often been admired for my own peace. So much did I dread Colonel Damerow's return that as soon as I was dressed I ran from the house almost without thanking my kind assistant. Once in the street I could not forbear directing my steps to Union Park. I was soon within a few paces of my former home, but think of my grief, my horror and despair when I beheld Dr. R.'s gig standing in front of the house. I was certain that it was Lilla whom he came to attend, and as certain that I should never more behold the babe I had so cruelly forsaken. Never while its living lips could return the pressure of mine. I was fearful of being recognized. I dared not linger on the spot where centered all my hopes, if such a lost creature as I am could entertain hopes. I turned away and entered the first jeweler's shop I could find. Unless I sold the rings upon my fingers, I could not obtain shelter or subsistence. I drew off ring after ring, and holding them towards the man, asked in a faltering tone at what price he would purchase them. The jeweler examined the rings, looked at me suspiciously, and demanded where I had procured them. I could not reply. He repeated the question, and at the same time laying them upon the counter. I seized them up and darted from the shop. I dared not make another attempt to sell the jewels, yet it was absolutely necessary that I should dispose of them. I had heard Richard speak of pawnbrokers' shops, and I knew that their sign was generally 3 golden balls. I was in the Bowery, and walked straight on, looked about me at every step. At last I beheld the wished-for sign, and, with my veil closely gathered over my face, entered a small, dark shop. A Jewish-featured old man was standing behind the counter. I showed him the rings, but my words must have been inarticulate. "How much do you want to raise?" he inquired. "Whatever you will give," was my whispered answer. "Well, I should think $50 was a pretty fair loan upon them," he replied. I knew that the diamond guard alone had cost twice that sum, but I had not the strength to argue with the man. I nodded my head in token that I was satisfied, and he desired me to write my name in a book which was lying open on his desk. I took the pen, uncertain what name to give, and after deliberation wrote, I do not remember what. He placed the money and a certificate in my hand, and I was again in the street in search of lodgings. I wandered on until my limbs were tired, but I had not settled in my mind upon any mode of procuring the shelter so much needed. It had commenced to rain, and I was perfectly unprotected, but I needed nothing external. Hardly knowing why, I turned down Spring Street, and before I had proceeded many steps the word boarding, engraved in large letters upon a brass door-plate, attracted my attention. I mounted the steps, and with trembling hands pulled the bell. The ring was answered by the mistress of the house herself. I explained to her my wishes, but she looked at me in askance, and rudely said that they took none but respectable persons, and that she did not know whether or not she had accommodations for me. I was too miserable, too ill, to feel offended at her remark. I do not know what questions I answered, but after asking a number of questions she introduced me into a room which was to be my chamber. If you could have seen it, Ellen, if you could have seen the dark, uncleanly, miserable hole partitioned off from a close garret into which she ushered me, what a contrast to the splendid abode from which I had fled! Yet so humbled had I become through the consciousness of my crime that I felt as if even this mean refuge was a better one than the guilty outcast deserved. My life in this new dwelling was indeed a wretched one, yet I had not courage to seek other lodgings. I was content to wait entirely upon myself, to take care of my own room, to supply my own wants, but besides this I was forced to join the family, a coarse, vulgar set of persons at table. I begged to be excused from the latter penalty, for I was ill in mind and body. The few mouthfuls that passed my lips I longed to swallow in solitude. But the mistress of the house would not consent to my wishes. She had no servants, she said, to wait upon folks who gave themselves airs, and I might do as others did or go without eating. I yielded, but often partook of only 1 meal a day. "Did you not suffer from want of clothes?" inquired Ellen. Fortunately, I discovered that one of the rooms in the 2nd story was rented out to a third-rate dressmaker. I took courage to pay a visit to this woman, and gave her money to buy me a couple of black dresses, for I felt as though I ought to wear none of brighter hue. She did so, and afterwards made them for me, badly enough to be sure, but that mattered little. Through the kindness of this humble and hard-working woman, I procured other clothes of which I was much in need. I dared not venture into the street during the day, for fear of meeting some of my former friends. Colonel Damerow, above all others, I dreaded to encounter, for I could not rely upon my own self-possession in preserving my disguise. When it was dark, I stole from the house, but always to wander in the same direction. There was but one spot which my thoughts haunted by day, and where I lingered sometimes for hours together. It was by your door. I watched the lights which shone from different windows half the night. I longed to hear the sound of some of your voices. I thought that I should be almost happy again if I but once heard Lilla shout, as she so often did, when I sprang about with her in my arms. But the doctor's gig was always at the door,
and long and eagerly as I listened, I never caught the sound of a familiar tone. "Were you not afraid to wander about alone at night?" asked Ellen, in tones of sorrowful surprise. I was dead to all such fear. There was for me but only one pleasure left in the world, and that was indeed a melancholy one. It was to sit upon the doorstep of the house in which I had once ruled as mistress, and to listen to the lightest sounds which issued from within. I was often insulted, and sometimes even accosted by the watchman, but I heeded not this. I was near those most dear, although they knew it not, and I would suffer any indignity rather than be deprived of that sole remaining joy. One night the desire to behold my forsaken child grew so strong upon me that I could no longer restrain myself. I knew that she slept with mother in the basement chamber, and after crouching a long time by the windows to catch even the sound of her breath, I seized hold of the shutters to tear them open. The noise I made brought me to myself and startled those within the chamber, for soon after somebody opened the door leading to the street, and I was obliged to escape. Lilla died. There was none to tell me that her pure spirit had departed, yet I knew that she was dead. For once I ventured forth in the daytime. I sought my usual haunt. The street door was open, and many of the neighbors were issuing from the mansion of sorrow. Some of them wept, but my eyes were dry. The relief of tears was denied me. Despair gave me courage, and I once more passed through that long entry and entered that well-known room. I could not tell who was present. I saw nothing but Lilla in her coffin. Evelyn paused again and pressed her hand on her brow. "At another time. Tell us the rest some other time," said Ellen with emotion. "No, hear me now. I must make the effort. I have but little more to say. A long period after that most dreadful day was a blank to me. I believe that I was seized with some violent fever, and the good dressmaker took care of me, but I have no distinct recollection of what passed. When I recovered, I was again forced to join the family at table. There was one part of my history to which I cannot bear to even allude. The person who sat next to me at meals was a young man, probably of dissolute habits, and— do not make me tell you. You cannot imagine what I would say." "He paid his addresses to you?" asked I, not because I thought that I had divined rightly, but because I shrank from making any other suggestion. "Worse, much worse. I was forced to leave the house, from fear of being traced by this infamous man. I made my escape in such haste that I could only gather up a small bundle of clothes to carry with me. I had grown so feeble that I could not have walked with a tolerably large one. For a couple of hours or more I walked about the streets, not knowing whither to seek shelter. Suddenly I thought of Netta's mother. I knew in what street she lived, and I remembered her number. With her, at least, I should find protection. She had never seen me, and if I could only bribe Netta to secrecy, my retreat might remain undiscovered. But even after I was in with sight of Nancy's shop, the fear of meeting Ellen or you, Miss Catherine, or of Netta's betraying me, for a long time deterred me from entering. At last, wearied to death, and almost unable to support myself, I staggered into the shop. If Nancy herself had not caught me by the arm, I should have fallen. Yet I retained sufficient possession of my senses to look anxiously around for Netta. It was a relief to discover that she was not present. In a very confused manner, I told Nancy what I wanted, and begged that she would hire me a room, offering to pay her a higher price than she usually demanded, if she would supply my wants herself and not permit any other person to come near me. She consented, and to my great joy accidentally informed me that Netta was living with you. This was the first thrill of pleasure I had felt. Oh, for how long? And you, Ellen, your charity had provided this home for me. I was taken ill, I feared, yet longed to die. My sins had been too great to be expiated even by the horrible sufferings which I had undergone. I do not know how long I had laid in this miserable little chamber, for I never left my bed, and days and nights passed on without my noticing them. One day I heard your voices in the adjoining room. Those love sounds seemed to restore me at once to health and strength. I started up in the bed. My first impulse was to fly to you. The next moment I remembered my degradation. I could never more be claimed as wife, daughter, sister, friend. I fell back in an agony of grief and remorse. For the first time since my sweet Lilla's death, I wept. Nancy entered the room and begged that I would see you. More terrified than ever, I obstinately refused. Then I heard Ellen's dear voice. She was persisting in seeing me. I tremblingly hid myself beneath the bedclothes, and you entered my chamber. You know all that happened, know all, but my feelings, and those no language could paint. I passed a most wretched night after you left me. To remain here was impossible. The risk of your return was too great. I must again wander forth, a homeless outcast. I rose before daybreak, sustained by my earnest desire to escape. I dressed myself, and once more made a bundle of the clothes I could find. I examined my purse. Nancy had been regularly paid. I had but 6 shillings left. I put those upon the washstand. They were her due, and I had parted with my last cent. I cautiously opened my chamber door. Nobody was to be seen. With noiseless steps, I passed through the shop. Fortunately, the street door was unbarred, for I should not have had the strength to draw the bolt. Billy had probably passed out before me. In another moment I was in the street again. The morning air revived yet chilled me. My thin shawl was but a slight protection against the winter wind. I walked but a few blocks when my strength began to fail. I found myself standing beside the steps of a market. Near the entrance sat an old woman selling vegetables. Several bushel baskets of potatoes stood in a half-circle on one side of her. I tottered towards the woman, for her countenance was not repulsive. "I am wearied to death. Will you let me rest here?" was all I could say. She made some answer which I could not hear, but I took for assent, and sank down upon a low footstool that stood amongst the baskets. They screened me from the gaze of the passers-by, and the good woman filled a mug with water and handed it to me. I could not take it, for my hands were too tremulous, but leaning forward, I drank and was refreshed. She looked at me, and, shaking her head, muttered something to which I did not listen. I must have remained some hours in the same position, yet not wholly unconscious, for I remember that the filth and offensive odors in the market sickened me, and the noise almost crazed my head. In walking I had dropped my bundle, and I now for the first time missed it. All at once I remembered that I had not a farthing in the world, and that the worn and ragged garments which then enveloped my half-frozen limbs were the only ones I possessed. Suddenly a strange vision rose before me. I seemed to be looking in a mirror, and saw myself arrayed in my bridal robes, with the jewels sparkling in my hair and on my arms and bosoms, and the costly veil floating about my richly clad limbs. Was it not strange that on that very marriage day I had beheld myself as I was now, clothed in rags and misery, and want depicted on my faded and altered face? Ah, why had I not thought of that warning vision before, and shunned the acts which could make it real? The old woman took hold of my arm, and looking up, I saw several other women crowded around me, and curiously peering into my face. They addressed me in rude tones, one after another, but I made no answer to their questions. I only said, "I am rested. I will go home now." Home? I had no home. I had brought disgrace and misery to the home which I might have gladdened. I should never more have a home, save that which the coffin offers even to the most abject. The woman seemed half inclined to detain me, but I rose up and hurried away. As I left the market, I heard one of them exclaim, "Poor thing! I hope she hasn't brought it on herself." But I shouldn't wonder if she didn't deserve much pity from honest folks. Even these low market women despised me. Humble and mean as was their lot, they possessed the one inestimable jewel which placed them above me in the eyes of God, as of man. Which way I turned, how far I tottered on, or how I came here, I cannot say. I recollect that soon after I left the market, I saw somebody who resembled Nancy coming towards me. I remember nothing more. When consciousness returned again, you, beloved Ellen, and you, dear Miss Catherine, were watching by my side. But you did not then know my guilt. Perhaps you will never sit here again. But my heart is lighter now that I have told you all. Alas, Evelyn did not remember that she had transferred the weight of her own heart to ours. "You do not speak, Ellen, dear Miss Catherine," she continued. "You do not say that you will not cast me off. I do not deserve your pardon. I never again can possess your esteem. You must despise me, but not more than I do myself. I cannot be more guilty and more degraded in your eyes than I am in my own." I looked at Ellen. I longed to hear her speak and console this true and suffering penitent, but the quivering lips of the unhappy girl could frame no words. "Evelyn," said I, "you are as dear to me, and I think to Ellen also, as you ever were. You have sinned and suffered. When we ourselves are without sin, then we will be worthy to judge you. That cannot be, and we leave it to God, who sees all hearts, to decide whether your penitence be real." Evelyn turned her large blue eyes full upon my face, and the look she gave me will ever be garnered up among the most precious things in my memory. "And you, sister, will you love me still?" asked Evelyn. "I never can help loving you," was Ellen's tender, but not calmly uttered reply. Evelyn was evidently much exhausted, and I insisted that she should compose herself to sleep. She consented, but unwillingly. Ellen and I sat by the bed, perfectly quiet, until Evelyn's deep but regular breathing proclaimed that she slept. I was the first to speak. "She will recover," said I. No glow of pleasure flushed Ellen's cheek. "Yes," she answered, but I finished her sentence. "But she cannot be to us what she has been. Is that what you would say, Ellen? And you speak truly, for she can be much more, and we can be far more to her. It will be our part to console, to advise her, to make her penitence real and lasting, and to point out the mode by which she may render it expiatory. We may be her only friends, Ellen, for society will have placed its ban upon her. Those who have sinned in secret, yet retained their proud station in the world, will be the first, with unabashed fronts, to fling the stone at our misguided Evelyn. But we must sustain her. We must not leave her friendless." "Oh, Miss Catherine, there is nothing under the face of heaven which I love so dearly as Evelyn. Yet I cannot conceive, I cannot excuse to myself her infatuation and her error. Was there ever a tale so horrible as the one she has just related to us? And how could she have left her child? How could she have forsaken us? Was it possible that she could forget our terror and grief at her strange disappearance? All thoughts were engrossed in one, dear Ellen, but do not think that I intend to palliate her fault. I only repeat that it is not for us to judge her. Ellen said no more at that moment. After a pause of some duration, she asked, "Must we tell Walter, and father, and mother? Must they not know that Evelyn has been found?" "I hardly know what to reply, Ellen, but I think that for present we should keep our secret. Her imminent peril has passed, but Evelyn has by no means recovered. When she is once more restored to health, it will be time enough to decide." "And Amy, poor Amy, she certainly must be told." "You are right, Ellen. It will be a dreadful blow to her, yet she must know the truth." "And will you tell her? I could not bear to see her misery." "Perhaps you are right. If you remembered that she would be spared from greater misery, I dread the interview, but—" The entrance of Dr. Wesley prevented my concluding the sentence. We informed him that his patient had awakened, as he predicted, in her senses, and that she had conversed with us for a couple of hours. "That was wrong, very wrong, and most hazardous," replied he. "She must be permitted to speak as little as possible. Her recovery depends upon her perfect quietude, and she must be kept free from all excitement." He gently pressed his finger upon her pulse, and said in a whisper, "The fever has returned, but in no great violence. If she has a relapse, we can entertain but little hope for her life." These words seemed to arouse alarm in Ellen. All her former love and anxiety for her sister were reawakened. She seized the doctor's arms and said in an agitated tone, "Tell us what to do. We will implicitly follow your orders, doctor. Only save her. She must not die. Save her, if it is possible." Dr. Wesley looked at Ellen in surprise, and the expression of his face seemed to ask, "How is it that she is so dear to you?" But he only answered, "I will do my utmost. At present more depends upon herself, and on her nurses, than upon me. She must be kept calm, and perfect quiet preserved about her. These are my only directions. If they are followed, nature will probably do the rest, for my patient is evidently very young, and her constitution not seriously impaired." The doctor left us, and after his departure we did not even dare to converse in whispers, for fear of breaking Evelyn's rest. At last she turned, and in a few moments more slowly opened her eyes. Her first words were, "Is it true, then? You have pardoned me? Oh, if only I could see mother!" I would not permit her to say any more. The doctor's orders were communicated, and Ellen joined me in entreating that she should obey them. Evelyn was now too debilitated to remonstrate, and she laid back upon the pillow and again closed her eyes, but not to sleep, for every few moments she opened them, and they were fixed with a loving expression upon our faces. Thus passed the greater portion of the day. Towards dark, Ellen, at my urgent entreaty, returned home. When Evelyn found that I was alone with her, she made a second effort to speak, but I charged her, if she loved us, to remain silent. She again partook of nourishment that I had prepared, and to satisfy her, I was also obliged to eat. When the evening was half spent, she said, "You must not sit up by me. I cannot sleep unless you are resting. Indeed, I cannot. Pray, go to bed." To argue with her would have been useless. I begged Nancy to prepare a cot and place it by the side of Evelyn's. Nancy did so, and Evelyn's face wore a happy smile as I laid down near her.
In the morning, Ellen came, provided with her work, and carrying a book in her hand. She proposed reading aloud to her sister, but this I would not permit for fear of agitating Evelyn, or rendering her mind too active. When I arrived at home, Mrs. Willard had just finished breakfast. I remembered Evelyn's request to see her mother, but felt a repugnance to mention the subject at that moment. I have a duty towards Amy, too, to perform, but not today. I must rest, that I may gain strength. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Volume 2, Chapter 13 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 13. Beauty hath no lustre, save when it gleameth through the crystal web that purity's fine fingers weave for it. Maturin. From the Same to the Same, March 15th. My last letter was dated on Saturday. That evening Ellen remained with her sister. Mr. Willard was lying asleep upon the sofa, and I found myself sitting by the fire alone with Mrs. Willard. I had been teaching her a new stitch in knitting, and she had grown gay in recounting to me some of her favorite stories. She was decidedly in a softer mood than usual. Her tone and manner regained something of the suavity of her former days. We talked for a while upon indifferent subjects, and then, thoughtful of Ellen's request, I seized upon the auspicious moment to say, "We never speak of poor Evelyn now. Could you ever satisfy yourself what had become of her?" "No," answered Mrs. Willard with a sigh. "I have sometimes made myself sick with imagining, but I never could arrive at any probable conclusion." Encouraged by the affection expressed in these words, I ventured to continue, "If some trace of her could be discovered, and if we could have reason to believe that owing to her youth, her inexperience, and the impetuous ardor of her character, she had been misguided, that she had been lured into the commission of—" Mrs. Willard's eyes kindled, and she fixed them searchingly upon my countenance, exclaiming, "What do you mean? What then?" "Had any such misfortune occurred," continued I, somewhat disconcerted by the scrutinizing look, "you would never refuse to see her again?" "Never," ejaculated Mrs. Willard, her eyes sparkling with indignation. "I would never behold her face, and never pardon her, though she were dying of want. If she had made the false step to which you allude, our present poverty, our present unhappiness, and most deplorable situation would be owing to her. She would have robbed us of all the comforts of life, and sacrificed our position in society, our pleasures, to feed her own disgraceful passion. No, I would never pardon her." "Not if she were penitent, ill, and humbled to the dust by affliction and the sense of shame?" "Would all her humbling put bread in our mouths? I repeat, I would never pardon her. But what do you mean by this singular conversation? Have you really found any clue to Evelyn's disappearance? Yet do not tell me if you have. I would rather believe that she was dead than to know that she lived and had disgraced herself and her family. If she has forgotten what was due us and to her own position in the world, let her suffer as she deserves. She has brought all her troubles upon herself. I discard her forever." It was useless to continue the conversation. Mrs. Willard's tone convinced me that her determination was unalterable, and I changed the subject. On Sunday morning I omitted to attend divine service that I might spend the day beneath Nancy's humble roof with the two sisters. Evelyn's first question on beholding me was, "Shall I see my mother today? Oh, say yes." "You are not yet strong enough to undergo any excitement, dear Evelyn. Remember the doctor's orders. You must be submissive." "So I will be, pardon me. But let me see her as soon as you think I am able to bear the interview. But tell her—" I was forced to interrupt her. "At another time, Evelyn, you shall give me your message. You must not exert yourself to speak now. Ellen and I will talk to you without your replying, and, if you please, Ellen will read to you 1 or 2 chapters from the Holy Book I have just placed in her hands." Evelyn smiled her assent, and Ellen read Christ's Sermon on the Mount in a tone so full of pathos that the tears sprang to her sister's eyes. I observed them, and signed to Ellen that she had better close the book. To change the current of Evelyn's thoughts before it became too agitating, I described to her our little school, our pupils, our mode of instruction, and the wonderful resolutions that we intended to effect. She listened with great interest, particularly when Ellen joined in the conversation. In this manner the morning glided away, varied only by short intervals of silence, during which Evelyn seemed to slumber. And Ellen and I sat, as we so often within the last fortnight had sat before, contemplating the lovely features before us, and watching the varied expressions that even in sleep by turns animated or distorted them. Lovely they were still, although beauty had lost its lustre, for purity had been blighted by the mildew of sin. A woman's virtue has been compared to the hair of Samson. In it lies her strength. Surround her with what fascinations you will, they are weak when this unparalleled charm is gone. So thought I, as I gazed on Evelyn's fair countenance, my spirit saddened by the thought that the future for her could yield little else but pain, and her own hands have sowed the seed from which she must reap these tares. It was my turn to pass the night with Evelyn, but her sister insisted that I should transfer the charge to her, so she could sleep where she was, and she preferred the narrow cot by Evelyn's side to her own comfortable little bed at home. On Monday morning I dispatched a note to Amy, requesting that she would call upon me at 4 o'clock that afternoon, as I particularly desired to converse with her. She sent me the following answer, which you may believe did not assist in lightening my spirits. "Dear Miss Catherine, I would gladly come to you if I could, but I have been engaged all day with a couple of mantua-makers who are puzzling their brains to devise something new for my bridal trousseau. You do not seem to allude to any very urgent business in your note, and, if that will do as well, I will call upon you with Hubert this evening. It would do your heart good to see Mother bustling about and calculating how many pounds of wedding cake will be necessary. She is determined to make it herself according to the good old-fashioned custom. Send me the word by bearer whether my presence will be of any importance before evening. If it will, I must even leave needle, thread, and mantua-makers in the bargain behind me and hasten to you. Yours, with much love, Amy." The answer which I sent briefly stated that the intelligence I was forced to communicate was of considerable consequence, and that I would myself call upon Amy at 4 o'clock that afternoon. When 4 o'clock came, I kept the appointment. Amy expected me, and ran to the door herself to give me instant admission. "Come look at my bridal presents. They are pouring in already," she began, leading me upstairs as she spoke. "I am so glad that you came yourself instead of waiting for me, for I have so many curiosities to show you. Hubert has the most perfect taste in bijouterie. My boudoir is almost lumbered up with his gifts." "I would rather see them at any other time, if you please, Amy." "Certainly, but how serious you look. Has anything unpleasant occurred at home?" "Come into your chamber, and I will tell you.
No, the mantua-makers are there. Let us go into Papa's study. He is out, and we shall not be interrupted. We entered the study. I seated myself, and Amy took my place by her side. Now tell me, it cannot be anything very terrible, although you do look a little uneasy, said Amy, smiling in my face. Her joyous heart would not even admit a painful anticipation. My looks belie my heart, Amy, if they are not sad, and I mourn not for myself only, but for you. For me, dear Miss Catherine, what affliction could menace me, except indeed through those I love, and their misfortunes are truly mine. Have you forgotten Evelyn? Evelyn? Our cherished Evelyn, that I have not. I seldom cease to think of her. She is not dead. She is found. Ellen and I have seen her. Amy sprang from her seat and clasped her hands, and danced about me for very delight. I had never before beheld her so excited with joy. Her happiness had always been of a still and thoughtful nature. This ebullition of mirth seemed in her almost unnatural. Perhaps it was because it jarred upon my feelings, but I involuntarily turned away. The instant she caught my eye, she sat down again, and her mirthfulness was suddenly checked. Where had she been? What had happened to her? Why do you torment me by not telling me at once, dear Miss Catherine? Because, sweet Amy, I would let ill tidings tell themselves when they are felt. And my tidings are ill. Evelyn. She was so young, so unthinking. Her principles were not fixed, nor her character formed. She has been led astray. Good heavens! Speak plainly. I cannot believe that you mean she is less pure than when we last beheld her. It is too true, Amy. Evelyn! Unfortunate Evelyn! So innocent and so beautiful! Has she indeed fallen? That is truly terrible news. But it was only a momentary hallucination. I know her fair soul too well to think that she could ever be really depraved. She is penitent, is she not? Most penitent, and so humbled that she feels unworthy of all kindness or pardon. Where is she? Can you not take me to her? I could not help exclaiming in admiration of the generosity of a truly pure mind. Noble-hearted Amy, and you would still look upon her as your friend? Surely I would, and will. She may have need of friends now. However great her fault may have been, it is not for me to condemn her. This is very sorrowful intelligence, Amy, but there is some untold, even more afflicting to you. Summon all your strength. Try to believe that there is balm for the deepest wound. Are you prepared to hear something very dreadful? Quite prepared. Pray go on. Evelyn's seducer. Amy turned deadly pale, and appeared to be stifling. I could not go on, but she gasped out, Who? Colonel Damoreau. A shriek, like that which you might imagine the shipwrecked voyager gives as the waves close over him, burst from Amy's lips. The next moment a stony calmness overspread her features. She sat rigidly still, and, looking in my face as though she would say, Strike on. You have broken my heart. You cannot do more. I suffered almost as much as she did, although in a different manner. Finding that she did not speak, or alter her position, or give any other signs of life than those which the strange, despairing gaze bestowed, I gently took her hand. She withdrew it and murmured, I would be alone. I was forced to yield to her wishes, and, rising, left the room and the house. The next day Amy came to me,
The calmness of that resignation which succeeds a fierce struggle was stamped upon her features. Her demeanour was not less gentle than usual, but cold, as though her heart had been chilled. She made no allusion to her own feelings or disappointments, and the name of Colonel Damoreau never escaped her lips, but she requested me to permit her to see Evelyn. I was not at leisure, and would gladly have postponed the visit, but all other considerations gave way at Amy's request. I accompanied her to Nancy's, and after preparing Evelyn for the interview, the friend of her childhood was once again clasped to her arms. I left them together, but dared not remain absent long, lest Evelyn be injured by this undue excitement. When I returned to the chamber, I found that my presence was needed, for Evelyn had lost all control over herself, and was weeping upon Amy's bosom, and wildly reproaching herself for the sorrow she had brought on others. I drew Amy away, and left Evelyn under her sister's care. Amy returned home with me. On the way she never once mentioned herself nor her unworthy lover. Her conversation turned solely upon Evelyn. End of chapter 13. Volume 2, Chapter 14 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 14. The past lives o'er again in its effects, and to the guilty spirit the ever-frowning present is its image. Coleridge. From Evelyn Merritt to Catherine Bolton. March 19th. Dearest Miss Catherine, Dr. Wesley has permitted me to write you. I sit propped up by pillows, scratching with a pencil, and the books on which I write supported on my knees. Ellen looks at me and sighs. Well, she may. I have need of her sighs, her tears, her prayers, and yours also. My mind is in a state of the most afflicting confusion. I cannot collect my thoughts, neither can I give them expression as I would. I turn to you who have been my truest friend, for consolation. Your calming voice can breathe peace in my soul. But how shall I present to your eyes the tumultuous workings of that oppressed and troubled spirit? Within the last few days, since I have been stretched upon this bed of pain, oh, how deeply I have thought! How torturing have been my reflections! A consciousness of the enormity of my crime weighs me down, until I seem inwardly suffocating from the remorse and horror. The denouncing voice of an angry God sounds like a peal of thunder in my terrified ears. The horrors of the world after death, the world of retribution, are perpetually before my eyes. I see the husband I have deceived and dishonored, the parents to whom I have given so much sorrow. Even the child I have forsaken rise up to accuse me, and I shrink appalled from the sentence breathed by a justly offended Creator. I writhe in indescribable agony, yet I dare not die. Die! How shall I escape from death? All men must die, and I may perhaps be summoned away this very night. Death pursues me, stares me in the face, and stretches out its skeleton arms to grasp me. That there is another world, a world for punishment and reward, I know. Something within me tells me there is, but here my knowledge ends. I have been taught to look upon religion as a gloomy subject, and now its boasted consolations are denied me. I have heard persons speak of saving mercy, of a change of heart, of a purified soul, and I fervently pray that my soul may be purified and my heart changed. Tell me if I may hope that my prayers will be heard. I pray for heaven, too, though my sin has forfeited heaven.
Tell me, is it possible that I may ever be received into its joys? Is there efficacy in the prayer of one so lost as I? Will the wrath of God be appeased by endless supplications? Oh, Miss Catherine, solve for me these horrible doubts. You cannot come to me, so Ellen has said, for your little pupils claim your attention, but you can write, and your words are always comforting. I have need of them. Write. My hand is too feeble to add more, although I have always said so little. Oh, villain, villain! How could I have loved him? Yet I reproach him not. I reproach none but myself. It is this very remorse that is consuming my life. Write to me if you still have any pity for your wretched Evelyn.
End of chapter 14. Volume 2, Chapter 15 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 15. Devotion's links compose a sacred chain of holy brightness and unmeasured length. The world with selfish rust and reckless stain may mar its beauty, but not touch its strength. Eliza Cook. From Catherine Bolton to Evelyn Merritt. March 19th. I will write to you, my beloved and suffering Evelyn, and I trust that my words may impart that peace to your mind for which you have so vainly sought. Endeavor with calmness to read what I shall write, or the errors which are clouding your mental vision and disturbing your spirit cannot be dispelled. You speak of the denouncing voice of an angry God, but Evelyn, can a being supremely pure and perfect be moved by an evil passion? Can God, the infinite and perfect, bear anger towards the feeble, blind, and finite creatures of his hand? God views those who err with the tenderest compassion, such as is consistent with his incomprehensibly holy nature. He would win them back to himself. He would bless and comfort them. But he cannot know anger. The literal meaning of the sacred scriptures may seem to authorize the belief that God is angry, is revengeful, is offended, but the Spirit shining through the cloud of the letter proclaims that such cannot be the case. To the eyes of sensual and unspiritualized persons, God seems to be angry when they have disobeyed his laws, for the punishments that they necessarily entail upon themselves appear to them as the visitations of his wrath. But God has himself declared that he is a God of love. Think of him as such, and you will realize how great is his mercy. You tell me that you pray for heaven, and ask if it is possible for you to be received in that home of the blessed. Heaven would not be heaven to you unless you were fitted to enter into its joys. It would be a place of torment unless your life and the quality of your affections had rendered it a congenial abode. Heaven is only heaven to the pure. But if you ask if you can fit yourself for heaven, I reply most truly, you can. And you will make earth a type of heaven by that earnest endeavor. You bid me say whether or not the wrath of God can be appeased by endless supplications, and whether there is efficacy in prayer. God needs not the adoration of such as we. It cannot increase his might, nor add to his glory. If the worship of our hearts is grateful to him, it is because by that worship we elevate our spirits into the light of heaven and open them to the reception of a heavenly influx. It is because we benefit ourselves, and therefore sincere prayer, the prayer of the Spirit, is efficacious. Yet God cannot grant unless we are in a state to receive that for which we pray, for he cannot violate the laws of order. God, who is divine love itself and desires the happiness of all of his creatures, did not create the universe for his own sake, but for the sake of those with whom he will dwell in heaven, and that he might impart the beatitudes and felicities of heaven to us. We were all born for heaven. Many turn away from the promised land offered to all alike, but God closes not the gates of paradise upon them. The evil cannot enter in, because paradise is not paradise to such as they. You speak of a change of heart, but I hardly think that you comprehend the nature of that change which is necessary, the change to which Christ alludes when he says that we must be born again. We all inherit evil propensities from our parents, some greater, some less. These evils are not appropriated to us, that is, we are not responsible for them, until we have sufficient rationality to reflect upon them and see that they are evils. Then it is our obvious duty to struggle against and to shun them. If we fail in this, the evil propensities become our own, and we sin by indulging them. To become aware of these evils inherent in our nature, to examine our hearts, and to combat against and overcome our inclinations to sin, this is to be renewed in spirit, to be born again. This renewal is essential to those who would obtain heaven, for the impure cannot dwell with the pure. There are two essential attributes given to us all, rationality and liberty. Without these two attributes, this renewal of spirit could not be effected. It is through this principle of rationality that we are enabled to comprehend the meaning of good and evil, and to distinguish what is false from what is true. And we are at liberty to do good or evil, and to love truth or falsehood. We cannot be reformed when we are in a state of rationality and liberty. Our hearts cannot be changed by compulsion. For this reason we cannot be reformed while laboring under a heavy misfortune. For though we may pray to God and implore his assistance, we are under constraint, and when the memory of the affliction has passed away, we generally return to our former habits, and our lives are unchanged. Neither can we be reformed in a disordered state of mind, because disease of mind takes away rationality and the liberty of acting according to reason. Nor can we be reformed in a state of bodily disease, because reason then is not in a free state, for the mind is affected by the body, and when the body is ill, the mind suffers. If you believe my words are true, perhaps you will grieve at this last assertion, beloved Evelyn. You will tremble lest your repentance should not be effectual. It lies with yourself to render it so. Your future life, when you recover, must be the evidence that you have renounced your errors, and that you will follow the light that shines about your steps. But if I should die now, I hear you exclaim. I answer, if your repentance is so genuine that should you have lived your life would have been changed in spite of strong temptations, then, Evelyn, even though you should die tonight, it is my firm belief that in the world of spirits you would be permitted to fit yourself for heaven. But what is this death which appalls you? This great change which appears to you so awful? It is frightful to pass from one land to another. Death is nothing more than this transitory passage. The body, worn by disease or age or impaired by accident, can no longer be used as the instrument of your soul's operations in this world. The spirit leaves it, often without a parting struggle, and the worthless shell returns to moulder in the earth. But the spirit, what becomes of it? It has a spiritual body of its own, distinct from the natural, yet of a similar human form. It possesses all the faculties, all the inclinations, all the affections, all the capacities of enjoyment with which it was endowed in the world, possesses them in an inconceivably higher degree than during its sojourn in the natural body, and it passes into the spiritual world, continuing its existence to eternity, and in progressive degrees receiving the greatest happiness which it is capable of enjoying. If the spirit be evil, it finds no delight except in the gratification of its evil passions, and that sinful indulgence entails the most dreadful consequences. If the spirit be good, the greater its purity, the more exquisite its joy, and its perfection and felicity increase forever. And this spiritual land is the land of which death opens the portals. Can you then regard that death as the hideous Charon wafting us over an inky sea and landing us upon an unknown shore replete with horrors? To me, death appears as an angel of light, crowned with roses, stretching out its tender arms to embrace the newly imprisoned spirits, and guiding them to gardens of indescribable beauty. Is death then so fearful? Banish impurity from your heart, and the terrors one by one fleet away from death's dreaded brow, and a garland of loveliness twines itself in their place. I have written boldly to you, beloved Evelyn, on many grave subjects, but my assurance sprang from an internal conviction that I wrote nothing but truths, demonstrable truths. I am half inclined to reproach myself for not having spoken with more humility and less positive confidence. But how could I write as though in humble uncertainty of those truths which were to my mind indubitable? In glancing over my letter, I thought it almost too serious and perhaps too stern for one in your state of health, my sweet Evelyn, and I was inclined to strike out or soften many portions, but I remembered that the most healthful food for your disordered spirit was simple truth, and left what I had written unaltered, left in sincere hopes that you will comprehend my meaning and receive comfort from my reasonings. I must entreat you, dear Evelyn, to give way to no violent burst of feeling. Excitement will retard your recovery, and you will thus render more distant by an hour of great happiness to those who love you as tenderly as your true and devoted friend, Catherine. End of chapter 15. Volume 2, Chapter 16 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 16. 'Tis fabled there are fruits with tempting rinds, that are all dust and rottenness within. Wouldst thou I should strip such? Coleridge. From Hubert Damereau to Frederick Ruthven, March 25th. Ah, Fred, the deuce take the sex. They are doomed to be my eternal curse, my bane and antidote, as Plato has it. Except that just at this present confoundedly unpleasant moment, they are all bane. And a less hopeful disposition than my own would see no prospect of an antidote. For the last 2 months I have been fate's football, and it is to be hoped that the fickle jade will soon be tired of buffeting me about the ears of disappointment. What think you? Amy, the mild, the gentle, the yielding, devoted, loving Amy, Amy, who in one short fortnight was to pronounce the happy yes, which made her agreeable possessions, and her by no means disagreeable self mine. Amy has, in one execrable word, the little witch has jilted me. Impossible, you think. What woman would have the courage to jilt the irresistible Colonel Damereau? So thought I. But this little feminine icicle has actually had the necessary audacity, although I may be hanged to a bean-post for an infernal fool if she holds to her determination. She shall be my wife yet, or she will be the first woman who could withstand my persuasions. But then the others have always been wooed to commit some little imprudence, and such is the perverseness of these feminines, that I may find it more difficult to induce one woman to do that for which she has no reason to blush, than to cause 50 to compromise themselves irretrievably. I learnt my fate from Amy's own pale lips a very few days ago. I had called upon her in the evening, as usual, with the bouquet which I never failed to present her in my hand. When I entered the parlour, she was alone. The smile of welcome, the bounding step, and the meek embrace which, Genevieve-like, she generally salutes me, to my astonishment, none of these now greeted my entrance. She was sitting upon an ottoman at the further end of the room. She did not rise. She did not move a limb when she saw me. As I drew near her, the light-colored silk dress she wore, her remarkably fair hair, and her perfectly hueless face made her look like some beautiful statue. For a second I was awestruck. Yet you are perfectly well aware, Fred, I am not the man to lose my self-possession at trifles. I addressed her tenderly, and stooped to salute her colourless cheek. She stretched out her hand to repulse me, and fixed her unusually mild eyes upon my face. I can't say what was their expression, whether full of scorn, or pity, or sorrow, or despair. It might have been a mingling of all, but I would not have dared to touch her at that moment, I confess it. No, not if my salvation depended upon an embrace. But by Jove, she had never looked so charming before. I was excited, interested. I grew enamored while I stood almost trembling before her. She motioned me to take a seat. I did so. I made an attempt to say something, I forget what, but she silenced me with a look. Then she spoke herself. What a voice! Never before did the tone of a woman make me shudder. What she said I can no more tell you, though I heard every word, than I can repeat the books of Moses. The sum total was this: Evelyn has come to light. Some little unfortunate passages in my life in connection with the lovely runaway have been made known to Amy. My puritanical affiance chose to take my conduct in high dudgeon. She made her own saintly animadversions interspersed with a few moral reflections upon my acts, and finally declined the honor of becoming my wife. Was there ever poor fellow maddened by a more unlucky accident than this? But by heavens, I like her better than ever, and I will not be cheated out of my rightful expectations in this matter. She loves me. She dotes on me as only these feminine creatures know how to dote. I will win her yet, or she is no daughter of Eve. Nothing pleases these demi-saints so well as the idea that they have reclaimed a rake, and she shall reform me to her heart's content. Then, for fear that I shall fall into the evil way again, she must take me under her own protection. That evening was not the time to make much progress. I could say little, almost nothing. For, without giving me time to exculpate myself, she rose and glided like a shadow out of the room. But I have since dispatched her the most repentant letters, and every evening my accustomed bouquet is left anonymously at the door. The letters she returned in a blank envelope, but the bouquets she could not in the same manner refuse. If she did, I might choose to understand that she sent me a bouquet instead of returning my own, for from whence they came she cannot prove. I will see her soon, and trust me for the rest. Her heart is irrevocably mine, and women are not such fools as to die of longing when the fruit which they desire hangs ready to drop into their mouths. But I am rattling on, Fred, without acquainting you with the principal object of my letter. I am in such a confoundedly low water that I have commenced disposing of all my dispensable valuables to raise the wind. Lend us a hand in this dilemma, my fine fellow, and you will not be worse off for your good nature. Amy will most undoubtedly be mine, and as soon as the priest closes his prayer book, you will be repaid with interest. $600 or $700 or $1,000 would, just at this moment, prove a very acceptable loan. In short, I do not see how I can do without it, so let me hear from you by return of post. Amy had not the complaisance to inform me where I could find her rival, and to ask the whereabouts of the siren Evelyn would have been to make a rather hazardous inquiry. Where she has hidden herself, heaven only knows, but it is very evident that she has purposely kept this rod in a pickle for me. Then there is Claudine, another of my tormentors. A few days before the denouement which I have mentioned, I had the felicity of meeting the little she-devil again. It chanced, too, that I was walking with Amy. Claudine looked wildly and menacingly at us both, and I fancied that she and Amy exchanged glances. But this, of course, was only a conceit of my own. Claudine's wrath is not to be feared. The serpent has certainly lost its fang, or its venom would have been darted out before now. Farewell, my most estimable and excellent friend. Be thou a friend in need. I await your answer, which you must dispatch without delay. You will do me a great service and relieve me from actual difficulties by obliging me with the loan. Enough said between friends. Yours very truly, Hubert Damarot. N.B. I have this instant received a curious note, which for its very address I shall copy verbatim for your benefit. Thus it runs. If Colonel Damarot desires again to behold Evelyn Merritt, he will call this afternoon at number Grand Street, and inquire for the person who occupies the back chamber on the first floor. The question is, shall I go? I have no very high opinion of these anonymous communications, yet the temptation of beholding Evelyn is not so easily withstood. If I was sure of keeping myself out of harm's way, I should accept the invitation, especially as it is written in a delicate female hand. There is now too much hazarded by every step that I take for me to decide hastily. After duly weighing the pro and con, I may go, and I may not. H.D. End of chapter 16. Volume 2, Chapter 17 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 17. Love on, aye, even though the heart we fondly build on proveth like sand, though one by faith's corner stones depart, and even hope's last pillar fails to stand, though we may dread the lips we once believed, and know their falsehood shadows all our days, who would not rather trust and be deceived than own the mean, cold spirit that betrays. Eliza Cook. From Catherine Bolton to Elizabeth Montague, March 25th. On returning from a visit to Evelyn yesterday morning, almost the first persons whom I met were Colonel Damerow and Mr. Elton, walking arm in arm. I had forgotten that they were acquainted. It would be difficult to decide the sight of which of these two unfortunate men pained me most deeply. How an accidental meeting, a casual glance, will revive scenes and thoughts which we have perhaps spent an existence in trying to forget. The seal upon our book of life melts at a look, and long closed pages of that mystic volume are spread before us, to pain or to rejoice. But heart-stricken, wounded, and betrayed, we must still live on, dream on, and, it may be, love on. When I reached home, little Netta opened the door for me with a very portentous face. "What is the matter now?" I inquired. "Oh, Miss Catherine, I have had such trouble with Blanche," answered the child, who seemed to feel the full dignity and importance attached to the double offices of jailer and spy. "What has happened?" I asked, and not without some evil forebodings. "Nothing much, only she acts so queer, and she has got out of the house unbeknownst to me. But she wasn't gone long before I missed her, and I went right after her just as you told me. I saw her 3 or 4 blocks ahead, for I knew her by her shawl, and ran after her as hard as I could tear. But I couldn't get up to her until she had been to the apothecary's right by the park. She pushed against me when she came out, and she made for home. I was alongside of her in a jiffy, and then I saw that she was hiding something under her shawl, but I couldn't get her to tell me what it was. I tried hard, though, for I was sure you'd want to know. When we came home, I watched her, but I couldn't make out that she had anything at all along with her, and I thought that perhaps I might be mistaken." "Where is she now?" "Upstairs, settling the rooms." Confused visions of arsenic and prussic acid and laudanum flitted through my head as I sought Blanche, but when I found her my alarm was soon dispelled. She was arranging Mrs. Willard's bed and singing a lively French air as she beat up the bolsters. There was no trepidation in her look and manner, and she appeared calmer and more collected than usual. "You have been out, Blanche," said I. "Where did you go?" "To buy some cologne," she replied, holding up a small bottle which she laid upon the table. Her unembarrassed tone quieted my fears. But as I walked away, I accidentally caught sight of her face reflected in the glass. It was lighted by a strange, exulting smile. I turned towards her again, but her countenance was perfectly calm, and she continued her employment, composedly shaking the mattress and smoothing the pillows. To satisfy myself further, I went to her room and searched amongst her clothes, but nothing of a suspicious nature was discoverable. My school has so rapidly increased within the last few weeks that I now number 15 pupils who regularly attend. Since Evelyn's illness, Ellen's desk has remained vacant, but though the duties thrown solely upon me are many and arduous, they are not greater than I can faithfully discharge. I never depart from one established system, and strict method renders labor light. I have not, as you may suppose, had much leisure to devote to Evelyn, but she hardly needs my presence, for Amy and Ellen are constantly by her side. Though still feeble, she is convalescent, and her recovery appears to be certain. Her mental sufferings have been great, but they are now considerably ameliorated. Of Amy, I hardly know what to write. Her self-control strikes me almost with awe.
She moves about with a placid brow, performing 1,000 kind offices for her unfortunate friend, and hourly devising some mode of rendering Evelyn's remorse less poignant. But of herself she never appears to think, except that her cheek is deadly pale, and her voice is often tremulous. I can detect little change from what she was before her betrothal to Colonel Damereau. Is this insensibility, or the very acme of womanly self-control? Mrs. Willard evidently suspects that Ellen's continued attendance upon the invalid at Nancy's has some connection with my conversation the other evening. It is this suspicion which has of late rendered her manner more brusque than ever, her tone more querulous, and her whole demeanour harsher. And Evelyn, how can the earnest desire of her penitent spirit ever be gratified? She has no mother now. This afternoon, when I see her, perhaps. March 26th. I broke off hastily yesterday morning, for it was time for the school bell to sound. Well for me was it that I knew not what yesterday afternoon would bring forth. After dinner, I paid my wonted visit to Evelyn. She was sitting up in the veteran armchair which had been given to Nancy for the use of the old grandmother. Amy and Ellen were near her, both busied with their needles. Before I proceed, let me mention that Amy's bounty has diffused an air of comfort about Evelyn's little chamber, which entirely destroys its resemblance to the wretched abode in which Ellen and I first discovered the unhappy fugitive. The rickety cot has been supplanted by a small but comfortable French bed. The floor is covered with a neat carpet. A pretty chintz curtain hangs before the only window. There are several commodious chairs, a little table, a Villeneuve, a diminutive airtight stove which stands before the hearth. Evelyn made serious objection to these alterations in her chamber, for they only seemed to render her more sensible of her unworthiness, more strongly contrasting her own fallen state with Amy's angel-like purity and goodness. But her remonstrances sounded like ingratitude, and, as she submitted, she felt that kindness was indeed coals of fire heaped upon her head. When I entered the room, Amy was conversing in a subdued tone with her friend, but she ceased on beholding me. Laying aside my hat as I greeted them, I seated myself beside Evelyn. In her loose white wrapper, she looked thinner than ever. I was marking the ravages which disease and sorrow had made in her wasted form, and wondering whether it was the elevated expression of her faded features which rendered them still so lovely, when she started at some sound which her ear had caught without its reaching mine. Her sudden movement aroused our attention. Nancy's voice, raised in angry remonstrance, was distinctly audible. Her words and those of the person to whom she spoke were soon drowned by the terrified cries of little Johnny. In another moment the altercation ceased. It was succeeded by a heavy but hasty step traversing the outer apartment. Ellen rose instinctively to fasten the outer chamber door, but it flew open before she could touch the key. A mournful cry burst from Ellen's lips. Richard, with a livid countenance, stood before her. "Evie! Oh, Evie! Evie!" His gaunt frame shook as he spoke, and his bloodshot eyes closed and reopened spasmodically, as though the tears with which they were filled caused acute pain. "Evie!" he exclaimed again, but even more hoarsely, and rather as if soliloquizing than addressing his sister. "No, 'tain't Evie. I wouldn't believe it. 'Tain't Evie sitting before me in that chair. It's her ghost, maybe. 'Tain't Evie." The first thoughts were engrossed by her altered appearance, for he beheld, indeed,
the mere shadow of what Evelyn was. But when, with her head drooping upon her bosom, she stretched out her thin hand and falteringly murmured, "Brother," he recoiled. His features were convulsed. Their expression rapidly changed. Looking almost fiercely at the trembling invalid, he shook his clenched fist and shouted, "No! No brother of yours! Never call me brother till I know it's all an infernal lie! But it ain't. It couldn't be anything else. Evie, tell me yourself, and I'll hunt the rascal down that invented it round the globe. You didn't. You wouldn't. You couldn't. Oh, Evie, you loved me. You loved us all too well to disgrace us." "Spare me, Richard," pleaded Evelyn, as she shrank back, yet stretched her arms imploringly towards him. "It's all true, then." "No, it ain't. It shan't be." "Blisters on the foul tongue that said it was true. It's a lie. Evelyn Merritt, tell me quickly. Say that it's a lie before I go stark raving mad. Speak, and say you are my sister yet." He approached her menacingly as he uttered these furious words. Evelyn shook her averted head and hid her face upon Amy's shoulder. Richard's emotion was so violent that he could hardly gasp forth, "I won't believe it. Evie, I'm a fool. I'll tar and feather the first fellow I meet. I'll make mincemeat of that scoundrel, the colonel. I'll lynch him and all his relations. I'll exterminate the vermin. But it ain't true, though I've got it all here." He drew a letter out of his pocket. "Where Evie lived, where she'd been, what she'd been. Thunder and lightning! If I could catch the rascal that wrote this, I'd powder his bones without a mortar." He crushed and crumpled the letter in his hands while he was speaking, then abstractedly smoothed it again, opened it, read a few lines, and suddenly darted towards Evelyn, seized her rudely by the shoulder. "Will you tell me the truth, girl? Are you ashamed of your sex, a blot on our name, and no sister of mine? Say, are you Colonel Dameron's mistress, a streetwalker, a low, lost, depraved, polluted, cast-off dreg and remnant?" Evelyn's agonizing shame and horror seemed to threaten instant dissolution. The heart-rending groan that escaped her lips recalled my wandering senses. With a violent effort, I rose from the chair to which I seemed to have been chained. Richard could not finish his dreadful sentence, for I thrust him aside, exclaiming, "You will kill her! For the love of heaven, have some pity! Be a man!" He stopped and drew back, while I, filling a tumbler with water, held it to Evelyn's lips. She could not drink. Her head sank upon the cushion of the chair. Her eyes closed. Richard stood watching his sister, while Amy bathed her temples, and then burst forth in a voice broken by stifled sobs. "How I loved you, Evie! Such pride! I took such pride in you! And now they can fling it in my teeth. Any ragamuffin can make light of you. The street sweeps may throw their mud at me. I haven't anything to care for now. New York must get along without me. I shan't think too much of hiding." "Mr. Willard," interposed I, "your sister is very ill. I must insist upon your leaving her for the present." I accompanied my word with a tolerably forcible attempt to lead him from the room. He broke loose, and this time shaking his fist at me as though he was glad of some new object upon which to vent his wrath and grief, exclaimed, Miss Catty, you're an old woman, you are." For a second I felt the truth of Byron's lines, yet in the extremest grief there is a mirth. I could have laughed, though my feelings had seldom been so harrowed. I was about to reply by beseeching Richard to withdraw, when a step behind me, an ejaculation from Ellen and Amy, and a piercing shriek from Evelyn made me quiver in every limb. I looked back and beheld Colonel Damereau, retreating towards the open door. I could not have believed that his manly features could express such mingled horror and cowardice. In extreme terror, I turned to Evelyn again. She was standing, upright, unsupported, with her glazing eyes riveted upon his, her lips apart, and pale as her hueless cheeks. Her limbs, one moment rigid, slowly relaxed. Her head fell, and she sank lifeless into Ellen's arms. With a sudden impulse, such as I am sure has seldom moved him, Colonel Damereau sprang forward and threw himself upon his knees beside Evelyn, for she lay partly extended upon the floor and partly supported upon her kneeling sister's bosom. He seized his victim's icy hand, but Richard, darting upon him with tiger-like fury, grasped his arm and dragged him away, shouting, "Don't do that! Don't dare touch her! If she is dead, I'd see all the worms in Christendom crawling over her rather than let you lay a finger on her." Colonel Damereau had risen to his feet, and though he strove to confront Richard, he had lost all control over his convulsed muscles. "Now, sir," said Richard, again laying hold of his arm, "I've caught you, and you're accountable to me, sir. Do you know who I am? To me, to that lady's brother, for she was my sister before you made her a disgrace to any man who claimed kin with her. Oh, you damnable double-faced scoundrel!" And he seized the colonel by the throat with such a powerful grasp that it was only by a violent effort that his adversary could extricate himself. Colonel Damereau was taken at the greatest disadvantage. He was perfectly unmanned, unnerved. He tried to throw an expression of contempt into his countenance as he regarded Richard, but the look was not unmingled with one of bewildered terror. "Sir," he began, but his eyes wandered back to the inanimate Evelyn, and then rested despairingly upon Amy. With a sudden movement he shook off Richard, and rushed towards the bed upon which Evelyn had been laid. "Amy, hear me, Amy," he said in that rich, thrilling tone which so often had charmed our ears. Amy rose from the half-recumbent position in which she was ministering to Evelyn, rose with what majestic, awe-inspiring dignity, and as she turned her pale face towards him, its expression would have been stern but for the pitying sweetness which mingled with its severity. Her eyes were not cast down before his pleading glance, and she said in a tone and with an action which made me think of some rebuking angel, "May the misery which you have brought on others never be visited upon yourself. Begone." He attempted to speak, but she repeated commandingly, "Begone." And the reckless man of the world shrank before this meek and simple-hearted girl, abashed at her look, and involuntarily obeying her bidding. It was the momentary triumph of purity over insolent vice. Amy was again bending over Evelyn, and Colonel Damereau stood at the open door, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Richard, who had motionlessly watched Ellen, while with tremulous hands she essayed to revive her sister, now strided towards the colonel, as though fearful that he would escape. "Not so fast, sir, not so fast. You are answerable to me, remember that. If I don't get a gentleman's satisfaction out of you, then my name's not Dick, nor never was. Oh, damn you, for the greatest scoundrel that wears a head. But I'll teach you whose folks you've got to deal with now, I will." Amy, who heard these words, again left Evelyn's side, and laying her hand beseechingly on Richard's arm, said, "Mr. Willard, I beg that you will allow us to be alone. Your sister—" Her voice was choked by emotion, and she could not finish her sentence. Poor Evie, muttered Richard. "The jig's up with her.
Better so, better so." Then turning to the colonel, he roared out, "Come along, sir, come along," and forced him out of the room. Amy closed the door and turned the key. We gathered about Evelyn. No breath came to her lips, no warmth to her clammy hands, which Ellen was chafing, no hue to the ghastly countenance, fixed in statue-like repose. We none spoke, none wept, but, with an awe-inspired quietude, earnestly continued our efforts to restore the suspended animation. Minutes seemed like hours to us, for our task was vain. Amy clasped her hands in mute despair and stood inactive by the bedside. Ellen threw herself moaning and weeping upon the cold form of her sister, as though her warm tears and passionate kisses could restore it to life. And what could I do but mourn in silence? How long we remained thus, I cannot say. A wild but joyful exclamation from Ellen roused us. "Great God! She moves! She revives!" A faint hue was indeed tingeing Evelyn's marble cheek, and the lids of her half-closed eyes slightly quivered. Picture to yourself our heartfelt, grateful joy, when, in a few moments more, intelligence beamed in those before glazing eyes, and recognition was followed by a languid smile. That smile quickly vanished when recollection returned, but Evelyn was restored to us, and we were too thankful to think of sorrow. No allusion to Richard or Colonel Damerow was made, but Evelyn's countenance plainly told that her memory was not impaired. Amy possesses even a greater influence over her friend than either Ellen or I, and Evelyn was momentarily becoming more agitated. Seating herself upon the bed beside her, Amy motioned us to withdraw. We left the room and entered Nancy's shop. Neither Colonel Damerow nor Richard was visible. Nancy informed us that the first gentleman had forced his way in, that she was not in the shop when the second came, and that both had left the house together. "How could they possibly have discovered Evelyn's retreat?" asked Ellen, as though she would willingly persuade herself that I possessed the art of divination and could answer her question. "I cannot imagine," replied I. "Richard, it appears, received a letter. Perhaps it was an anonymous one." "It was very strange that they should both come at the same hour. Do you know that while they were here I thought that some wicked person had planned the meeting, and I dreaded every moment to see Walter enter. But who would have planned it? Who knows of Evelyn's existence even?" "Is not Laura Hilson acquainted with Dr. Westley?" inquired Ellen thoughtfully. "No. Yes, I believe she is. He often called upon me while I was at Fleecer's, and the Hilsons made his acquaintance. But Dr. Westley does not himself know that his patient is Evelyn." "Perhaps not, but—" Amy opened the door, and we hastened to Evelyn's bedside. She was perfectly calm, though a tear glistened on her cheek. It had grown quite dark, and after bribing Billy to escort me to an omnibus, I prepared to return home. The tea-table was spread, and Mrs. Willard impatiently awaited me. Mr. Willard was casting up his accounts at a small side-table in the corner. His wife took no apparent notice of my unusual trepidation of manner, and she has ceased to ask questions or make remarks, considering the invalid who engrosses so much of our time. I more than suspect that she has divined the truth. Our report was not a very cheerful one, for I found it difficult to regain my composure. Just as we were rising from the table, Netta was summoned by a loud ring to the street door, and a moment afterwards we were joined by Mr. Merritt. I at first thought that it was my own conscious fancy which gave him such a wild and haggard look when he entered.
His hair hung in dishevelled masses about his thin face, and his dress was strangely disordered. His manner, too, on greeting us, was abrupt and nervous, and he cast many uneasy glances about the room. Once only were his wandering eyes fixed, and then they looked steadily in my face. I could not help shrinking before his searching gaze. It seemed to me as though he had the power to read every secret within my soul. While Netta was clearing the table, the conversation was wholly sustained by Mrs. Willard. Her son-in-law was too absent even to reply to her numerous queries. All at once he turned to me and said, "Miss Bolton, can I speak a few words to you alone? I have something of importance to say. Let it be as soon as possible." I was beginning to grow nervous, but replied, "Certainly, Mr. Merritt. Mrs. Willard will excuse us," and, lighting a candle, led the way to the schoolroom. Mr. Merritt followed me. The door was closed. We were alone together. I handed him a chair. He took it. We both sat down, but neither spoke. After one of those awful pauses, in which anticipation conjures up everything that is disagreeable, Mr. Merritt broke the silence by exclaiming, "Miss Bolton, you will think me a fool to be played upon in this manner, but I do believe that I am half mad." "Pray explain yourself, Mr. Merritt," I answered. "If I can be of any service, you can command me." He still hesitated, but after a shorter interval he thrust his hand into his pocket and, drawing forth a letter, forced it into my hand, and said hurriedly, "What do you think of that? Read, read." I mechanically unfolded the letter. The handwriting was evidently disguised. It was anonymous. A mist floated before my eyes. It was some time before I could decipher the words. I perused them at last. As nearly as I can remember, they were as follows. March 25th. If Mr. Merritt desires again to behold his wife, he will find her this afternoon at No. Grand Street. Since husbands are the last to become thoroughly aware of their own domestic calamities, it may be well to remark that Mrs. Merritt has for some months past been under the protection of Colonel Damereau, by whom she was finally forsaken. Amongst the persons aware of Mrs. Merritt's disgrace, the most prominent in encouraging and upholding her now that she is destitute, we may mention Miss Bolton. The misguided Evelyn is indebted to this officious lady's influence for many of her misfortunes, but upon that subject it is useless to enlarge. Miss Bolton is thoroughly acquainted with Mrs. Merritt's private history. If Mr. Merritt has any curiosity to ascertain the truth of these assertions, he will call this afternoon, 5 o'clock, at No. Grand Street. I finished the letter with feelings of disgust and a sickening sense of terror perfectly indescribable. Mr. Merritt was watching me. As my eyes encountered his, he groaned out, "I did not believe it. A hoax, a hoax. I knew that it was a cruel hoax. I would not be made a fool of. I did not go there. But I was so oppressed with dread, so maddened with fear, that I came to you. You are kind. You will not ridicule my credulity. You will tell me the truth. But I know it already. It was all a hoax. People should learn to take such things coolly, to despise them. But I hate jest. You know that I have always hated them." What could I say? How could I extinguish the last flickering hope which was the sole light of this miserable man's existence? I could not reply to him, but turned my eyes again upon the letter. He saw my indecision, and said in a tone of alarm, "You do not speak. You look pale. Why do you not relieve me of this terrible suspicion?" And then added, drawing near to me, and with increasing agitation,
Do you know anything of Evelyn? For heaven's sake, do not keep me in this state of suspense and torture. Is she alive?"
"Yes, she lives." Joy mastered every other feeling, banished every doubt, cast out every dread. For a moment Mr. Merritt's face was irradiated by hope. "Oh, God," he murmured, "this is too much happiness." He turned from me, but it was to hide the tears that flowed down his cheeks. I could not endure to see him cherishing a false hope. "Mr. Merritt," I began, but he interrupted me. "She is alive. You say she lived. Pardon me for being so overcome. I never thought—" He stopped. The pitying expression of my countenance startled him. "Where is she?" he questioned hurriedly. "How came you to discover her? Where has she been?" Before I made up my mind what to reply, he asked impatiently, "Did any accident befall her?" "No." That simple word struck a cold chill to his heart. The truth burst upon him like a flash of lightning, and like the lightning it blasted and withered. The convulsive workings of his features were positively fearful. I was forced to avert my eyes as I said, "Evelyn was very young. She was deluded. She has been unfortunate. She has suffered." I could say no more. How could I plead for the guilty wife to the injured husband? Mr. Merritt made no reply. He rose. His face was almost fierce in its sternness, and yet he was calm. He bowed to me, and I extended my hand. Hesitatingly he took it and said, "I cannot think ill of you." He tried to command his voice, but its tone was husky and feeble. I was provoked with myself that I could say no more, that I could not speak one expiatory word for Evelyn, that my parched lips seemed glued to one another, and my tongue refused its office. Mr. Merritt had approached the door. As he opened it, we heard the sound of hastily retreating steps, and I knew that our conversation had not passed unheard. Mr. Merritt re-entered the parlor and bid to Mr. and Mrs. Willard good evening. The former was still engaged with his account books, and Mrs. Willard was sitting upon the sofa, apparently knitting. But I remarked that her spool of cotton had rolled away, and that her needles were entangled as though she had thrown them down carelessly and had taken them up in haste. Mr. Merritt bade us a ceremonious good night, and almost before it was returned, withdrew. I expected to be questioned by Mrs. Willard, but she continued busily occupied in extricating her needles and never alluded to her son-in-law's visit. I retired early to bed, and confused images of Mr. Merritt, Colonel Damereau, Richard, and Evelyn haunted my dreams. End of chapter 17. Volume 2, Chapter 18 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 18. Or one or both must fall. If one, 'tis well. If both, 'twere better. The Duellist. From the Same to the Same, March 27th. I had scarcely folded and commenced sealing my letter yesterday when a scream from Netta, echoed by Blanche, made me drop the burning wax and hasten downstairs. The street door was open. A carriage stood in front of the house. Netta was running towards the coach, from which Mr. Elton and the driver were lifting Richard Willard. They bore him into the house, and I, without inquiring what had befallen him, for now I saw that it was some serious accident, led the way to my own chamber. As they lay Richard upon Ellen's bed, that thoughtful little creature, Netta, caught hold of my dress and inquired, "Shall I run for the doctor? Shall I run quickly for the doctor?" I answered in the affirmative, and she darted away. Richard groaned as they laid him down, but a moment after, in spite of his suffering, he cried out in a gruff tone, "I'm done for. There's no use of crying over spilt milk. I wish it had been through my head. I wouldn't give a fig to live an hour longer. The devil take that scoundrel. Why couldn't he do the thing genteelly while he was about it? He might as well have made a clean job of it at once. I shouldn't have minded if I had only peppered him finely, the scoundrel, the sheep-faced ruffian." I had now gained courage to inquire of Mr. Elton what had happened. Before my question could be answered, it was repeated by Mrs. Willard, who at that moment appeared in the room. "Don't make a fuss, mother," replied Richard, raising himself upon his elbow. "There's something of me left yet, though it ain't much." He sank feebly back upon his pillow. "I suppose we had not trouble enough without your getting into a scrape," remarked Mrs. Willard in no very conciliatory tone. "Pray tell me what has happened," I once more inquired of Mr. Elton. "How has Mr. Willard been hurt?" "I am very sorry to reply, in a duel. I hope that the injury he has sustained is not serious. Had you not better send for medical aid?" "I have already done so. And you—" "He was my second, to be sure, and a braver isn't to be found in these United States. He's no more afraid of bullets and gunpowder than if they were so much salt and green peas. I met him in the street and told him what I was going to do, and when he found trying to persuade me out of it was a no-go, he said he'd stand by me and see fair play, and he did it. I shouldn't want a braver second, nor a more independent fellow, if I was fighting again tomorrow." "And what possessed you to fight at all?" asked Mrs. Willard sharply. "To vindicate the honor of my family, to be sure, and to punish the damnedest scoundrel that walks the earth. We fought at Hoboken. He shot me down at the first fire. I shouldn't have cared a snap for that, but he got off scot-free himself. That's no more bargain for. If I were only on my legs again, I'd riddle him. I would, until there wasn't a sound place in his body." Again I turned to Mr. Elton, and falteringly inquired, "With whom did he fight?" I hardly know why I asked the question, for surely I could have answered it myself. "With Colonel Damereau," replied he. At this moment the quick, labouring breath of somebody behind me attracted my attention. I turned round and beheld Blanche. She had stolen into the room, and was standing at the foot of the bed, grasping the post to support herself. Her large eyes seemed starting from their sockets, and her white and terrified face was turned towards Mr. Elton. His perfect command over every feature was truly astonishing. He neither seemed to recognize nor even to notice her. But when, with a penetrating glance, I looked at him again, he quietly added, "The Colonel escaped unhurt. Mr. Willard desired to fire a second time, but found himself unable to stand. The whole affair took place so hurriedly that I think it is probable we shall escape the investigation of the authorities. The penalty of duelling is exceedingly heavy in the state. I assure you that I used my utmost endeavours to prevent the meeting, and even when the parties were on the ground, attempted to effect a reconciliation. But my efforts were thrown away." "Who told you so?" exclaimed Richard boisterously. "Who told you they would be? But you wouldn't believe me. The devil! There's a twinge. Oh, the rascal, the scoundrel, the cowardly butter-fingered puppy! Why couldn't he finish the thing while he was about it?
The deceitful villain, to dare call himself my friend, too. If he'd only have befriended me with a speedy passage to the next world, I could have forgiven him. Oh, fire and blazes! There's a twinge. Go it! I can't stand this long. The game will soon be up with me. He endeavored to turn upon his side, but failed, and for some minutes lay groaning as though in great agony. When he again spoke, it was to me, and in a much feebler tone. I shan't stand it too long, Miss Kitty. I shall kick the bucket soon. But it's no matter. I wouldn't give a rush to live now. Miss Kitty, come closer. I didn't mean to call you an old woman, Miss Kitty. Don't remember it. And don't bear me any spite. But come nearer, nearer. I bent over him, and then he whispered, Is she dead? Poor Evie, poor Evie. Is it all over with her? No, she only fainted. For an instant his countenance kindled, but it quickly grew gloomy again, and he muttered, I'm sorry for it, sorry for it. She couldn't do better than to die. The world's not worth living in now. I wouldn't take a lease of the whole globe for a gift. Netta's return with Dr. R., who fortunately resides in our neighborhood, precluded all further conversation. Dr. R. pronounced that the ball had lodged just below the knee-pan, and it was necessary that the bullet should be extracted. As my services were not required, I left the room before the operation commenced, leading Blanche. Mrs. Willard followed us. The feelings of maternity were not sufficiently strong to attach her to the side of her son in his hour of suffering. We were joined by Mr. Elton as soon as the operation was at an end. It had been a very painful one, and Richard had fainted twice from exhaustion. "Will you permit me to share your labours in attending upon your son?" he said to Mrs. Willard. "We are very much obliged to you," she replied courteously. Mr. Elton glanced at me as though to ask, "Will you also make me welcome?" I replied to his look by a distant bow, and left the room. Last evening Ellen did not return home. Richard occupied her bed, and Mr. Elton also was our guest. I dreamed through the night, extended upon the homemade sofa, which Richard had once pronounced harder than the soft side of a plank, and my stiffened limbs in the morning testified to the truth of his remark. I have not seen the sisters since the day before yesterday. I thought it best not to apprise Ellen, for present, of her brother's unfortunate adventure. The intelligence would only weigh upon her spirits, and, should it accidentally be discovered by Evelyn, we might look forward to the most serious results. Richard is feverish this morning, and though his life is not at present in danger, he has forever lost the use of his limb. Such is Dr. R.'s opinion. I have watched Blanche very closely. She has several times encountered Mr. Elton, but he treats her as a stranger. She is in a continual state of agitation, which prevents her assuming her usual occupation. Her countenance wears the same disturbed look which formerly alarmed me. She does not answer when addressed, and does not seem to notice or comprehend what is said. Her mind wanders again. Ah, sweet Blanche, it was a cold heart indeed that could do thee wrong. Night. They are all once more at rest, but my sofa couch is too uninviting to promise repose to my wearied limbs, and the day has been too replete with incidents for the night to bring sleep. This was Saturday, and I spent part of the morning in writing to you. At noon Mr. Elton left Richard, and as his mother spares not her reproaches when alone with him, I carried my work into his room. In a very few minutes Mrs. Willard made an excuse and disappeared. Soon after I thought that a carriage stopped at our door.
but presumed I must be mistaken, and that I had only heard the doctor's gig. Some words, which did not reach my ear, were exchanged with Netta in the entry, and slow steps mounted the stairs, and stopped at Richard's apartment. I rose and opened the door. There stood Ellen, supporting what might have been deemed the ghost of her sister. I could not prevent her. She would come. But Richard, said Ellen anxiously. Richard, faintly exclaimed her sister. Richard had been roused by the voices, and tried to raise himself in the bed. Effie! No, tain't. Yes, 'tis. Effie! He uttered these words in a smothered voice, but Evelyn heard them. She was almost too feeble to walk, but tried to approach him, and, sustained by Ellen and myself, was led to the bedside. She would have sunk upon her knees, but this I prevented, and placed her in a chair. Ah, what piteous glance was that which she cast upon her brother! And then she said, in a tone full of inexpressible anguish, I have done this. I have brought all this sorrow upon you. No, you haven't neither, answered Richard stoutly, although at the moment he was moved almost to tears. I say it wasn't you. I'd like to hear anybody say it was a sister of mine did it. It was that damned scoundrel, the colonel, the smooth-tongued, oily-faced villain. I suspected him from the first, I did. My poor Evie. Don't look as though you're going to be hung. They don't hang women for such things, though the deuce take 'em, they ought to. You cannot know how wretched I am, murmured Evelyn. Don't tell me. I can, though. I never saw a living thing look so down in the mouth, and I'm as badly off myself. Poor Evie. You deserve it, though. So do I, for introducing that scoundrel to you. There's a pair of us. Now, keep a brave upper lip. Don't say any more about it. I'll pepper him yet. Oh, Richard, faltered Evelyn. I will if I ever stand on my legs again. Speak kindly to Evelyn, whispered Ellen. She would come see you. You're a good girl, Nellie, replied Richard. Not many like you. You're the girl for my money after all's said and done. Mother, pray let me see my mother, asked Evelyn beseechingly. Ellen was on the point of seeking Mrs. Willard when she entered the room. I was standing in such a position that Evelyn was accidentally concealed. Mrs. Willard only saw Ellen and accosted her with, So you have deigned to come home at last. You led us to suppose that there was more than one runaway in the family. Evelyn rose up and threw herself at her mother's feet. Mrs. Willard screamed in actual terror. For a moment she contemplated her child with a countenance full of grief and pity. Mother, pardon me. In an instant Mrs. Willard regained her usual uncompromising sternness. Never, she exclaimed bitterly. You have brought poverty and misery and disgrace upon us all. You are no child of mine. She turned away, but Evelyn imploringly clung to her dress. Mother, one word, mother. Mrs. Willard rudely shook her off. Go, take your shame somewhere else. This is no asylum for depraved women. You are nothing to me. If I had seen you in your coffin, I might have grieved over you. I shall be there soon, mother. Let go of my dress, will you? Almost screamed Mrs. Willard. I'll have nothing to do with you. She snatched away the dress which Evelyn was tightly grasping and hurried out of the room. Ellen assisted me in lifting her sister from the ground. We placed her in a chair and vainly endeavored to console her. She only shook her head and answered, I deserve it. I could not hope that all the world would be like you. I have brought it on myself. Mother's got no more blood in her than a stone, and she isn't as full of feeling as a sucked egg. Don't mind her, Evie. She's too hard on you. She don't take after me in that. Evelyn turned her affectionate eyes upon her brother, and was sinking into a sad reverie, when I aroused her by saying, "We must return, Evelyn. I am going with you. What will Dr. Wesley say when he hears that you have been out?" "Let me stay here. Let me stay with Richard." "That is impossible. Come, Ellen, you have acted very imprudently. We must return." I threw an appearance of haste into my manner which shortened the adieus of the sisters and brother, and before the two former had time to reflect, they were seated in the carriage and on their way to Nancy's dwelling. Upon our arrival we found Amy questioning Nancy, and in great distress at Evelyn's disappearance. I consigned the latter to the care of her friend, and drew Ellen aside to inquire in what manner she had been apprised of her brother's accident. "Billy read an account of the whole affair in the Herald," replied Ellen, "and unceremoniously ran into Evelyn's room to ask if the Mr. Willard was any relation of mine. Evelyn became terribly agitated when she heard what Billy said, and I am afraid that I was not as self-possessed as I should have been. At Evelyn's entreaty, Billy read the account out loud, and then she persisted in going to Richard. I denied her for a long time, but it only made her worse, and I was forced to yield." I left Ellen with her sister and returned home, for I am ill at ease when absent from Blanche. Before Mr. Willard retired this evening, I gave him a brief history of the day's occurrences. He was not until that moment aware of Evelyn's existence. The kind-hearted man was completely overcome, but his feelings towards his erring daughter were all of compassion, not of anger. He desired to see her, and tomorrow, if Evelyn is sufficiently recovered, his request will be granted. The night is advancing, or rather morning is approaching, and I lay by my pen to seek a few hours' slumber. Good night. Happier dreams visit your soft couch than are likely to pay their devoirs to my hard one. They will not find it difficult to give a lasting distaste for homemade sofas. End of chapter 18. Volume 2, Chapter 19 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 19. But good my lord, I am not used to waiting. Fletcher. From Hubert Damereau to Frederick Ruthven. April 2nd. The plague take all dilatory letter post and all American postmasters. The latter are the most neglectful set of scapegraces who ever cursed a free country by keeping their heads out of a noose. Your letter, dear Fred, if you wrote, and you must have written, in answer to mine, never reached me. I should have heard from you 5 days ago, and here I am yet, in a state of the most unendurable suspense, taking lessons of patience. I make my daily calls at the post office as regularly as a monk says his Aves, and walk away again with the visage of a Monsieur Mallet. I was half resolved to look upon you as an hors de combat, done for and defunct, and entertain some thoughts of buying sables, when J.D.Z. informed me that he saw you 3 days ago at Washington. Come, Fred, stand by an old friend when you see him plunged up to the shoulders in the slough of despond, and write me by return of mail. I find that in one respect I have no affinity to the chameleon. Or is it a fabulous conceit that praiseworthy reptile lives upon air? Unless you make haste with that paltry loan mentioned in my last, I shall be obliged to solve all doubts upon this question by trying the experiment myself. Why, man, do you suppose that there is any doubt of your reimbursement? Tomorrow was to have been my wedding day. The deuce take the sex! But I will win Amy yet, though I can't promise to do it in 24 hours. My courtship will be a work of time, and I require funds to make proper investments in bouquets, bijouterie, etc., to lay a foundation for securing the capital. True, I have met with one or two rebuffs from the fair icicle, but nil desperadum is my motto, and success invariably crowns the dauntless. Common men are discouraged by obstacles, but put a barrier in the way of a man of energetic will, and you will only double his power. Aeolus has unkennelled all his ill winds and loosed them upon me for the past 2 weeks. I have withstood a perfect tempest and hurricane of disasters. Not a zephyr that blew any good. Twice have I fallen into the hands of the Philistines, but more of that when we meet. Then my orangutan Dick has grown vicious and shown his teeth. A few days ago I administered a quietus for his snarling in the shape of a bullet through his knee. I had not the conscience to aim higher, for fear of doing the poor fool an injury. I was well aware that the fellow hardly knew the stock of a pistol from the bridge, or I should have followed Randolph's example, and appeared upon the ground in an ample robe de chambre, and given Dick an opportunity of showing his skill in searching out the substantials. Until the affair is hushed up, you may suppose that it would be in my interest to take leave New York, lest the authorities should be on our track. But until I hear from you, how am I to get away? There are some little impediments on the road which obstruct a free exit. I doubt my own talents for enacting the chevalier d'industrie, and at present that appears the only highway open for gaining the daily bread of which I stand in need. Jesting apart, dear Fred, I still hope to see you act like a man, one whose soul does not lie within the compass of his purse strings, and if it did, they should unclose to share the very principle of life itself with a needy friend. The wheel is bearing me round again. We must shake hands at the bottom, or when I reach the top to which I am hastening, but threats are idle and ungentlemanly. Your answer to my letter has miscarried. Therefore, write me again, and speedily, to your distressed friend, Hubert Damoreau. End of chapter 19. Volume 2, Chapter 20 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 20. True revenge is patient as the watchful alchemist, sagacious as the bloodhound on the scent, secret as death. Epps Sargent. From Catherine Bolton to Elizabeth Montagu. April 2nd. Sad were the tidings communicated to me this morning through Miss Ashburton, whose little daughters are my most promising pupils. Mr. Merritt is preparing to sue for divorce, and worse, Laura Hilson is pronounced by the gossiping world his bride-elect. Evelyn's chastening has indeed been severe. Blow after blow falls upon her doomed head. But she no longer resists. Her misery is too full of despair for her even to murmur. She asks but one thing more of this world, a grave. Her hopes are placed upon the next. And Laura Hilson, how thoroughly successful have been the evil machinations of this designing girl. We have every one in turn been instruments in her hands, and she has played what stops she pleased upon us all. I questioned Dr. Wesley a few days ago, and learnt that he had seen Miss Hilson lately, that he had, inadvertently, mentioned Ellen's devotion and mind to the unknown invalid, and that Laura, after many anxious inquiries, pronounced that the doctor's patient was no other than Evelyn Merritt. By whom the anonymous letters were written is no longer a matter of doubt. Evelyn's interview with her father must have been deeply affecting, but I was not present at their first meeting. Mr. Willard now sees his daughter regularly every day, but his wife remains inexorable. Richard is convalescent, but unable to move his wounded limb. His impatience greatly retards his recovery, but Dr. R. does not consider him in a dangerous state. Mr. Elton continues to pay his daily visits to the house. I am busied with my school, and we constantly pass each other in the entry or meet at the door and exchange a few commonplace remarks. We have never once entered into conversation. Outwardly, we are little more than strangers to each other. Ellen tells me that Dan has been engaged as a porter for a large mercantile establishment and receives high wages. The poor man has partially recovered his sight, but still suffers. I also unexpectedly learnt that this situation was procured for him by Mr. Elton. Well may he be active in doing good. How else can he expiate the evil? Netta daily becomes more serviceable, and Blanche has grown entirely useless. Her faculties are totally paralyzed. Tender and sincere is the compassion she excites. A single glance at her dejected countenance almost unfits me for the discharge of my duties. I am pursued by that troubled look, those mournful dark eyes, now gazing on vacancy, and now flashing with the wildness of insanity, are ever before me. Perhaps I have neglected her. If so, she must command more of my time. My thoughts she cannot more engross. April 3rd. Today Amy was to have become a wife. I called for her on my way to Nancy's this afternoon, for she had promised to accompany me. She must have passed a sleepless night and a sorrowful day, for her eyes were heavy, and the smile with which she greeted me looked as though it should have been followed by a tear. Her health is so delicate that this bracing air withers rather than invigorates. Carefully and tenderly over her gentle bosom I had pinned her fur tippet. We were almost ready to sally forth when a small package was placed in Amy's hands. Curiosity was instantly on the alert. We opened it together. It contained a magnificent bridal veil, a wedding gift from one of Amy's uncles residing in Maine. Although he had not lately heard from his niece, the idea that her nuptials might not take place had never entered into the head of the simple-hearted old man. Amy glanced at the veil, which I was unfolding thoughtfully, descanting as I did so upon the richness of the embroidery. With a trembling hand she took it from mine, laid it on the table, and, turning away, said, "Let us go to Evelyn. She expects us." In spite of her wonderful self-control, Amy could not speak calmly. She appeared to be suffocating. In passing out of the room we encountered Mrs. Elwell. Amy pointed to the veil and said more composedly, "From Uncle. Lay it aside, mother dear." Mrs. Elwell pressed her child to her swelling bosom and burst into tears. A few words, a very few words, Amy whispered in her mother's ear, and then, taking my arm, for she needed support, we left the house together. Talk of heroism in the soldier who braves death amidst the exciting combat of the battlefield. Far more heroic is a woman's calm endurance of a weary life. April 4th. The first words that greeted me on reaching home yesterday were spoken by Mrs. Willard, whose tones daily grew shriller. "Your pretty favourite Blanche has disappeared. Netta wanted to search for her, but that I forbid. There is too much work to be done for the servants to be gadding about in the streets all day. Yours is a finely regulated household, to be sure." "How long has she been gone?" I inquired abruptly. "I'm sure I don't know, a couple of hours or more." Without speaking another word, I hastened from the house in pursuit of Blanche, and, taking chance as my guide, it was already dusk, and fortunately I met Mr. Willard returning from his counting-room. He kindly and willingly offered to aid me in my search. We walked straight on, almost too much alarmed to converse, but every once and a while indulging in some unconnected and unmeaning observation, as though to persuade ourselves that we felt perfectly calm. Scarcely had we reached Prince Street before I observed a crowd, or rather a mob, gathering a short distance in advance of us. In another moment a young girl rushed by and disappeared. She wore neither hood nor shawl. The dark hair, partially loosened and streaming in the wind, entirely concealed her face. One arm was extended as she ran, and she grasped something in her hand which, in the rapidity of her flight, I could not distinguish. "Was that not Blanche?" asked Mr. Willard, turning to look after her. "No, yes, perhaps it was," I replied, but very doubtingly. "Had we not better return, then?" A feeling stronger than mere curiosity made me answer, "Let us first see what is the matter here. It might not have been Blanche. At all events, let us discover why this crowd has gathered." While I spoke, the throng parted. Several men were bearing between them a person, either seriously wounded or otherwise injured. We took refuge upon the steps of a druggist's shop. As the men drew nearer, followed by the mob, we caught the sound of the most fearful imprecations, mingled with groans, and ever and anon a savage yell, apparently wrung forth by the most intense agony. These curses, groans, and yells proceeded from the injured man. My limbs shook so violently that I caught hold of Mr. Willard for support. I dreaded to look. The sound of the voice was so familiar. Nearer and nearer came the men. Willard, now greatly excited, pressed forward, unconsciously drawing me with him. Oh, what a horrible spectacle met our startled eyes! In the arms of the three men lay a miserable wretch, whom we had known too well, for we recognized him in spite of his frightful transformation. I can hardly describe to you his appearance. The glance which I took was so hasty, and I had not courage to look again. His face was blistered, scorched, and mangled, as though some unquenchable flame had eaten to the very bone. One eye was entirely closed, and appeared to me as though it had been burnt from its socket. His magnificent forehead was indented by deep scarlet ridges. The glossy black hair, that once clustered so gracefully about it, had been torn away by his own frantic hands. His lips— but I spare you the details, so terrible. It was Colonel Damereau, but Colonel Damereau forever robbed of the weapons of the demigod Alcides. Mr. Willard shrank away, muttering, "An ugly business, that." Many of the throng, who could press near enough to behold the face of the miserable man, drew back in horror, and he was soon borne into the apothecary's shop. Home, home was all I could say, and homeward we hurried. Netta opened the door for us.
Blanche, I ejaculated. Oh, come to her quickly, answered the frightened child, preceding me as I ran up the stairs. In her chamber, crouching in the farthest corner, and moaning and muttering unintelligible words, sat Blanche. I approached and accosted her gently. She stretched out her right hand towards me. It held a bottle labelled with the word vitriol. She seemed unconscious of any pain, yet that hand was blistered and burnt, and her clothes were scorched in many places by the consuming liquid. Oh, Blanche, what have you done? Both vows. I have kept both vows. Father, thou art avenged. Where is he? Oh, if you had seen him, his eyes. They will never shine lovingly again. Their basilic light is quenched. His lips, they cannot betray now. Look, it is emptied. She dropped the bottle as she spoke. I was speechless, powerless with awe. For the first time, Blanche now seemed to experience acute suffering from her hand. Uttering a sharp cry, she held it towards me with the significant action of a child seeking relief. The flesh was seriously burnt, and part of the hand looked swollen, and part seemed strangely shriveled. The simple remedies which I have found efficacious in cases of ordinary burns were applied, but gave no relief. She grew wild with pain, wilder, I should have said, for she was frantic before. Dr. R. examined the hand, and after some hours of agony his prescriptions ameliorated her sufferings. It was then that her madness, for reason was now wholly dethroned, took a different shape. She wrung her hands and wept, and tossed about her arms, muttering, "Send it away! Shut it out! Do not let it stare at me so, will you? What a frightened face! Who did it? Not I. I tell you I loved him. I would lay down my life for him. Who did it? Do not let it scowl at me so. It has no eyes. Flames of fire dart out from the hollow sockets. Take it away! Take it away! They burn me!" I tried to dissipate this afflicting vision by soothing words, and she turned towards me with a vacant gaze and said, "Bring my father, will you? Tell him that Hubert is here, and that we are to be married today. Tell him that I am innocent, that it was all a foolish dream, but we are to be married. Go bring him. I will never leave him again, and we shall be so happy. Do not cross the graveyard as you go. My mother lies there. I did not kill her. Let her rest." Raving thus frantically, the wretched creature passed the night. Morning finds her too exhausted to speak, and yet no more composed. It was Colonel Damereau, then, who caused the misery of this misguided girl, and Mr. Elton. They were in Charleston at the same time. She might have seen them together, and recognized Ernest as his friend. How blind I have been! Who is not blind that trusts to appearances? Dreadful yesterday! When shall I forget its horrors? That yesterday was to have been the bridal of Colonel Damereau. End of chapter 20. Volume 2, Chapter 21 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 21. 'Tis long, my lord, since we have met alone, and with what different feelings do we meet to those we knew in happier hours long past. James. From the same to the same. April 6th. To become conscious of a fault, to acknowledge, or to expiate it, they should all be one, should they not? Or following one another in such united succession that, to the mind,
they seem but one continuous act. Why then should womanly shame cry out against the avowal which generosity and affection are mentally framing into words? A certain philosopher would explain this paradox by repeating that women are made up of contradictions. Deny it as we may, he was a wise man who came to this conclusion. "How is Blanche?" kindly inquired Mr. Elton, as I joined him in the parlour last evening. "No better. She alternately sinks into a state of stupor and is roused into one of frenzy." Mr. Elton heard my reply, acknowledged it with a sigh and a look of condolence, and then took up a newspaper that was lying upon the table. As for me, I am sure I do not exactly know what I did, but I believe that after fidgeting about the room for a minute or two, I sat down to my work. The thread knotted and twirled at every stitch. The needle grew rusty, and the strawberry emery cushion which I held between my finger and thumb had lost its cleansing power. Mr. Elton. He looked up from his paper, and I punctured the strawberry with amazing rapidity, thinking to myself all the time, why are men so stupid? Mr. Elton, I wondered what could have made my throat so husky. He still looked inquiringly at me, and I finished my sentence by saying, "Will you ring for a glass of water?" Netta answered the summons. The water was brought and drunk. I had laid by my work, and Mr. Elton had dropped his fascinating newspaper, that dangerous rival of women. When I saw it fall, I felt as though some powerful adversary had been thrust out of the way. "Mr. Elton," I commenced a third time, "will you pardon me, but—" My inexplicable confusion surprised Mr. Elton. It was probably the unwonted courtesy of my manner which induced him to reply, "It is I only who should sue for pardon. For what can you desire forgiveness?" "For it is difficult to confess one's own blindness and injustice, for having harbored an injurious thought, for having mistaken you for Colonel Damereau, and for having regarded you as the cause of Blanche's misery." Oh, what an exquisite sensation of relief filled my mind when I had forced out these words. "Can it be possible? Your coldness, then, your strange reserve, and which I thought sprang from indifference, may I attribute them to another origin, and—" But why repeat his words, when neither tone nor look can be described? Nor will you my answer. You are not so dull as to be unable to divine it. Heaven has permitted the dream of youth to be realized when youth has fled. And I may say with the poet that happiness awhile foregone is riches well laid out, a usury double, then coming back. It is not the blooming girl and the enthusiastic youth who hand in hand are commencing life's journey together. But those hands will not be less fondly knit, nor will their feet less firmly tread the short remainder of the route, because sorrow has chastened and experience strengthened their hearts. I am anticipating. It is not all promised fruit that ripens, not until Evelyn is restored, not until Blanche no longer needs my care, and Ellen is re-established in her school. Not until then may I dwell upon the fulfillment of my own happiness. Evelyn has conceived a strong desire to behold her husband again. To convince her of the impracticability of such an interview is an ungracious task. When I think how considerate, how kind has been every act of his life towards me, she this morning remarked, When I remember my own ingratitude, my disregard of his happiness, the unpardonable injuries I have done him, I feel as though it would be at least some relief to confess my own degradation. It would be some consolation to listen to his reproaches. We have concealed from her the terrible retribution with which Colonel Damereau has been visited, but I thought it expedient to communicate that Mr. Merritt was instituting proceedings preparatory to suing for a divorce, and that Laura Hilson was reported to be his affianced bride.
Evelyn's cheek paled and crimsoned again as she replied, "He does well. I would have besought him myself to obtain his freedom, and never more to remember me or the misery I have commissioned him. But Laura Hilson, if he had chosen any other bride, one worthy of him, I should have died content. Oh, Miss Catherine, when I had the right, I neither warmly loved nor truly appreciated Walter, and now that I should not dare think of him, now he has grown inexpressibly dear to me." A strange contradiction this, and yet I believe that Evelyn is not singular in her feelings, and that she fully exemplifies the incomprehensible nature of the sex. I made some slight attempt to dissuade her from seeking an interview with her husband, but she silenced me by saying, "I must, indeed I must. I could not rest. I could not die in peace until I had seen him." A short time afterwards, she placed a letter in my hand, bidding me to read it and then dispatch it to Mr. Merritt. Under existing circumstances, could it be considered a breach of confidence if I enclosed you a copy? From Evelyn to Mr. Merritt. By what name shall I call you, now that my own crimes have deprived you of the title which I was unable to appreciate? I have violated every tie, but terrible has been the voice of retributive justice. I never deserved to be your wife, and what am I now? Walter, grant me one request. I ask it in the name of that parted angel, who awaits you in the land of joy, who will bless you, and may never be permitted to cast even a pitying glance upon me. Grant me one more interview. Let me carry the remembrance of your last words, even though they be reproaches, to the couch of death. God, in his mercy, will not greatly prolong my wretched existence. Let me behold you once again, and then may you ever forget one so hopeless and lost as Evelyn. End of chapter 21. Volume 2, Chapter 22 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 22. Within my bosom there are thoughts of happier days than these, and softness steals upon the steps of recollected love, and turns revenge to weakness. Blanche of Navarre. From the same to the same, April 7th. Evelyn wept for hours over the letter which I this morning laid before her. The letter was from her husband, and every word in these well-known characters inflicted a double pang. She sat with her eyes fixed upon the open letter, which lay upon her lap, and her tears raining fast and thick upon it, though their lids never closed. Ellen and I made no attempt to disturb this salutary outburst of penitent grief. Only once Evelyn turned to us, and then she said, in an almost inarticulate voice, "I would not dare press my lips to it. I have lost the right. It would seem like polluting with my touch the hand that wrote.
The letter was as follows. From Mr. Merritt to Evelyn. April 7th. God forgive you, Evelyn. The hopes and joys of my whole existence were centered in you, and you have annihilated them. I lived upon the breath of the world's good repute, and you have covered me with shame. God forgive you. I am too utterly miserable to think of reproaches. Of what avail would be the interview which you desire? Could it blanch your sullied fame, or reanimate my crushed spirit? Yet come. I have ever been weak when you were concerned, and I blush at the avowal. In spite of your dishonor, I would behold you once more, Evelyn. But we may not meet openly, for the world must not know of my weakness. Come to me at 5 this afternoon at my counting-house. You will find me in the inner chamber. The clerk shall be absent, and the street at that hour is generally deserted. Evelyn, Evelyn, what a return you have made for my illimitable love! Though you held not your own honor dear, oh, was not some sacrifice due him whose soul harbored no thought save to promote your happiness? I spare you my reproaches. If your wretchedness bears any resemblance to mine, you need them not. Come to me at the appointed hour, despoiled of the priceless crown of purity, fallen and disgraced. Still, let me see you. Walter Merritt. April the 8th. The carriage that was to bear Evelyn to her husband stood at the door. The clock had struck the appointed hour. Still Evelyn lingered. Her strength had departed. She lacked courage to meet him whom she had irredeemably wronged. The hour has passed, Evelyn, I whispered in her ear. She looked at me with a terrified glance, and then was seized with a sudden fit of shivering. Oh, I cannot, I dare not. But Walter awaits you, I answered reproachfully. Does he? She asked, as though uncertain that I had spoken correctly. No, he waits no longer. Oh, what a frightful vision! I saw it as before. It has frozen my blood. But it is not. Could it be real? Nay, Evelyn, arouse yourself. You are made the sport of your own disordered and excited imagination. Remember that the hours are long to those who expect, and Walter is now listening to every distant step, and hoping that it may be yours. So he is, but I am very feeble. At this moment I could not bear to hear his reproaches. They would kill me. Have you not you yourself sought this interview? Trust me, Evelyn, he will not reproach you. Will he pardon? She asked abruptly, in an almost hopeful tone. I could not venture to answer that question, and said merely, It is very late. Are you not ready? Yes, but come with me. I complied with her request, and after assisting her into the carriage, for she was very weak, I took my seat beside her. During our ride I tried to reassure and inspire her with courage, nor did I fail to remind her of how anxiously she desired to behold her husband. The carriage stopped. Evelyn had become perfectly calm. She drew her veil over her thin and pallid face, saying, It would shock him if he saw at once how much I was changed, and then, with a firm step, descended from the carriage. I feared for her, though I was now far more agitated than she, and encircling her waist with my arm, we entered Mr. Merritt's counting-room together. Every desk was empty. Not even a porter was stationed in the deserted apartment. We passed rapidly through the room, but at the door of the inner chamber Evelyn stopped, and caught hold of my hand just as I placed it upon the lock. Well might thronging memories cause her to pause, for that door had but too often flown open to welcome her. In another moment she herself turned the handle, and we found ourselves in an apartment which Mr. Merritt in happier days had furnished with the most extravagant elegance. We at first thought that the room was vacant, for there was no signs of life and motion. The fire in the grate had died out, and the deepening twilight shed but a sombre and uncertain light over the dim objects around us. We stood motionless, listening for Mr. Merritt's voice, and straining our eyes to pierce the gloom. Nothing was audible but the quick gasping of Evelyn's breath, nothing visible but the luxurious and empty chairs near us. I was about to speak, when the rising moon, with her pure cold light, faintly illumined the chamber. Upon a sofa, in a remote part of the room, lay the figure of a man, wrapped in a large cloak. His back was turned towards us, but Evelyn instantly recognized the form of her husband, and the same thought crossed her mind that entered mine. Tired with watching and expectation, he had fallen into a heavy slumber. Evelyn withdrew her arm, and with a faltering step advanced towards him. "Walter!" she exclaimed, but he woke not. "Walter!" she added in a louder, but even more thrilling voice. "I am here, not to implore your pardon, that could not be, but to behold you once more, to claim at least your pity when you see the fearful changes that suffering and sin have wrought." Still no answer. Evelyn drew nearer and lightly placed her hand upon the arm of her husband, but drew it back with a terrific, heart-harrowing shriek. She had touched a corpse. Regardless of her safety, I rushed from the chamber. To whom or how I gave the alarm I know not, but when I re-entered the room several men, one of them bearing a light, followed me. To the latest day of my life I shall never forget the scene which then presented itself to my eyes. Evelyn was lying stretched half across the body of her husband. Her beautiful head rested upon his bosom, and one arm was tightly wound about his neck. We raised her up. Happily for her, she had fallen into a state of insensibility. In lifting her from her recumbent position, the cloak was drawn from Mr. Merritt's shoulders. One hand hung lifeless over the side of the sofa, the other grasped a pistol, which was pressed upon his heart. He had died by his own hand. I would have hurried Evelyn away, but she revived, and springing from my arms again, she threw herself upon the corpse. Even in death there was a sorrowful expression upon that ghastly, upturned face, and the sharp cheekbones and sunken cheeks, the whitening hairs, the fallen jaw and livid lips, were to me full of terror. Oh, what they must have been to Evelyn! She clung to the lifeless body, abstractedly pushing the hair from the icy forehead, with her finger closing the lids of the glazed eyes, and placing her cheek to the open mouth, that she might feel, perhaps, lingering breath. The only words she uttered were, "This too. There was only this wanting. It is my work. O God, visit his sin upon me." The room was now filling with strangers, and the coroner had been summoned. I endeavoured to draw Evelyn away, but one arm was still twined about her husband, and my words fell upon an unconscious ear. A gentleman, whose face was familiar, stood near me. He saw my distress, and, without hesitation, lifted Evelyn in his powerful arms and bore her to the carriage. For an instant she struggled, and then her limbs relaxed. She had again become insensible. As I was following her from the room, I beheld upon the table where the light was placed a folded letter. It was addressed to Evelyn. The handwriting was that of her husband. I took it up and carried it away. "Have you never seemed to yourself as though you were moving about in a dream?
It was thus that I felt through that long evening and weary night, as I mechanically aided Ellen and Amy in administering to the bereaved and wretched Evelyn. Consciousness was speedily restored, but her whole appearance and demeanour had changed. The wildest burst of grief were better than this mute, agonizing despair. To arouse her from her stupor, I showed her Mr. Merritt's letter. The last words his hand had traced were as follows. From Mr. Merritt to Evelyn. The struggle is too great. I can no longer endure it, and heaven pardon me, I seek a criminal release. To behold you, Evelyn, would be to forgive. I know my own infirmity. I love you in spite of your shame. I would open my arms to receive you, though your name were 10 times as blackened. But this cannot be. How can I meet the eyes of the world with a dishonored wife pressed to my heart? I must fly from myself and from you, for your image gives me no peace. Evelyn, too madly loved, too hopelessly ruined. Your name will be the last upon my lips, thine and that of our child. Farewell. Yours in death, as through life, Walter. The effect of this letter upon Evelyn was not so marked as I had supposed it would be. She read and reread and retained it in her hand, but never wept. The shock had been too great for tears. End of chapter 22. Volume 2, Chapter 23 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 23. The world is empty. The heart will die. There's nothing to wish for beneath the sky. Thou, Holy One, call thy child away. I've lived and loved, and that was today. Make ready my grave clothes tomorrow. The Piccolomini, Schiller. From the Same to the Same, April 9th. I marvel at myself that at this moment I can write to you, but long habit has taught me to seek refuge from my thought in my pen, and perhaps there is selfishness in this as in too many of our acts, for the sympathy I seek steals away the poignancy of grief. I was laving the hand of Blanche this morning with a soothing ointment, and endeavouring to make her recognize my voice and face, when Ellen joined me. She was unusually agitated, and could hardly articulate the words. "Come to Evelyn. She has expressed a wish to see you." I instantly complied with her request, consigning Blanche to the care of Netta. "Oh, it was cruel, too cruel. Mother has no heart," exclaimed Ellen, when we issued into the street. "I have entreated her upon my knees, yet she will not come to Evelyn, and Evelyn implored me to bring her. It was too cruel, too heartless, too— But it is of your mother you speak." Ellen sighed without attempting to finish her sentence, but the sigh seemed to say, "I would it were not." Evelyn had not left her bed since the hour when she had been torn from the corpse of her husband. The last fearful blow had struck home. We found Amy by her side, and, like the guardian angels that hovered about her unseen, infusing peace into her stricken soul, so Amy whispered words of comfort in her ear. "Mother," faintly murmured Evelyn, as she turned her eyes inquiringly towards us. Ellen shook her head sadly, for her tongue refused to say she would not come. A sigh, a gentle, not reproachful sigh, escaped from Evelyn's lips, and she stretched out her hand to me. I approached her. Her tone was so low, and the quickness of her breath rendered her words so broken that I could hardly distinguish her words. "Miss Catherine, God, you taught me. I have no fear. When we meet. Her utterance was impeded, but a smile full of hope illumined her countenance, and she tenderly, though feebly, returned the kiss which I imprinted upon her pale lips. I drew back to give place to Ellen, who was tremblingly pressing towards her sister. Again, Evelyn made an effort to speak, and she gasped out, "Bless you. He will bless you. Tell my father. I am going. Walter. Lilla." We could not conceal from ourselves that her last moment was approaching. The cold dew of death was already upon her brow. His touch had already sealed her lips and dimmed her eyes. Amy bent anxiously forward to claim one last word, one look of recognition from the beloved one she had watched with such tireless tenderness. But it was too late. Evelyn's utterance was gone. This world was fading from her sight. There was something awful in this gradual separation of the spirit from its mortal garment, too awful for tears or loud lamentations. In perfect silence we stood around the couch of death, watching the slightest changes wrought by the destroyer's hand. The lids drooped over those beautiful eyes, yet closed not entirely, for through the silken lashes the deeply blue orbs were still visible. Evelyn's breath, which for some moments came hurriedly and laboriously forth, grew slower, at short intervals appeared to cease, and then was gently drawn again. Suddenly a light irradiated the inanimate countenance, robing it in an unearthly beauty. A heavenly smile parted the lips. The eyes shone brightly, as with an upward look they opened. A slight shivering ran through the stiffening frame, a gasp, a faint sigh. The jaw fell, the eyes glazed. The spirit was freed. Had it not caught a glimpse of heaven in that parting moment? Was it not that transient look which left an angelic smile imprinted even upon the soulless, valueless clay? And Evelyn is no longer of this world. And many, who in the days of her pride courted and caressed, and it may be some who truly loved her, will never mention her name without a blush or a sneer. Yet amongst the angels of a juster land, her errors are pardoned, and she lives for immortal and eternally increasing joy. End of chapter 23. Volume 2, Chapter 24 of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Chapter 24. There is a love which forms in early days, lives on through silent years. From Catherine Elton to Elizabeth Montague. New York, April 20th, 18 blank. To hear from me but once in a whole year, and that once through the expressive medium of 2 highly glazed bits of pasteboard with a name embedded in flourishes on each, and a shabby little package tied with telltale white ribbon. Truly, my gentle friend, your complaints are not causeless. I have been so long wedded to my pen that the union could only be interrupted and the goose quill discarded and divorced to give place to another lord. The 1,000 little gossiping narrations and sage reflections and grave confessions which my communicative disposition induced me to impart to you are now breathed in another, not less attentive ear. She who gives not her perfect confidence with her hand is not spiritually wedded. Believe me that I will willingly gratify your curiosity in affording you some further information respecting the friends whose histories you have followed through 2 eventful years. It is like La Fontaine's transformed tabby returning to her former cat-like vulgarities. Of Ellen first, Ellen who ranks first in our hearts, and whose life of love ensures her an exalted rank in eternity. She is still dwelling in her city cottage, her school rapidly increases, and her thoughts are engrossed by every active employment has use and God for its end. And this is the Ellen who 3 years ago found no beauty in this affluent world, no sweetness in life, no hope in the future, no consolation in the past. It is the pure motive of her acts which lends them their loveliness. Did she look for gratitude or praise as the meed of kindness performed, then would she be but a capital calculator at the best. Her charity is for charity's sake. Her goodness is for the sake of good, and therefore do her deeds send up a grateful incense to heaven. Yet is she faultless, this same exemplary fair one? By no means. She has never forgotten her mother's cruelty to Evelyn. A marked coldness exists between Mrs. Willard and her sole remaining daughter, and Ellen is always constrained and uneasy in her mother's presence. Were Ellen's nature wholly pure, she could pity and pardon the unjust and tolerate even the heartless. The bright October morning when I took leave of the little cottage in 27th Street to enter my own more ostentatious dwelling would have been a sad one for Ellen, had she not forgotten all selfish regret in sympathizing with my joy. And happily our residences are situated so near each other that my windows overlook her garden, and we have established a set of telegraphic signs that form a pleasant chain of communication. I not unfrequently pay visit to Ellen's schoolroom, and my quondam little favourite, Annie, ever loudly testifies her delight on beholding her early instructress. It is a true pleasure to steal upon Ellen unawares. The atmosphere about her breathes of such perfect peace and order. She is so thoroughly contented with her lot. Her school is so judiciously regulated, her house so neat, her garden, like her soul, so full of daily springing beauty. That tiny, tenderly tended garden reminds me of the old flower woman. I must say a word of her, en passant. Of a fine afternoon in spring or summer, you could not stroll down Broadway without noticing her and her floral offerings. But the old woman no longer crouches beneath a tattered umbrella. The proceeds of Ellen's bouquets have procured her a comfortable-looking sort of wooden cupboard, and there the smiling old dame sits ensconced amongst her flowers. It does the heart good to look upon her, for one might well fancy that she was rejuvenated by the fresh blossoms sending forth their perfume around her withered form. Her nosegays, too, are worth more than a passing glance, for they are daily supplied from Ellen's garden, and are not unfrequently from the greenhouses of some of her pupils, for many of those, following in the footsteps of their beloved instructress, find their chief delight in delighting others. Of Mrs. Willard, what shall I say, except that she is Mrs. Willard still? She has lately been seized by an all-engrossing horror of growing old,
and in truth her uneasy fretfulness and constant spleen have greatly contributed to wither and wrinkle her hitherto smooth skin. Every softening soap, cosmetic wash, and eau de beauté advertised in the papers is sure to find its mysterious way to her toilette table. She passes her days in dyeing her hair, darkening her brows and lashes, setting forth her remaining charms, and in bewailing and concealing the departed ones. And all pain and toil is endured for the sake of repairing the worn-out clay-sprung garment, which can last her but a few years at the best, while the beauties of the spirit, which must serve her to eternity, are despised and neglected. I would as soon think of patching up a threadbare dress, while the new one of untarnished splendor awaited my finishing touches. Formerly she attired herself in excellent taste, but as she grows older she dresses younger, affecting the coquettish airs and the uninformed manners of youth, and she really persuades herself that this shallow cheat is undiscovered by the politely blinded world. Every day, as soon as her toilette is completed, she sallies forth and takes her station in my parlour, for the purpose of entertaining my guests, or rather of astonishing them by her wonderful volubility and self-derived importance. I look upon her as one of those necessary encumbrances to which good nature must uncomplainingly give house-room, the foil of earnestness and sincerity, a shadow in the bright picture of life. Death, to her, is a sound so terrible that she almost faints at the mere mention of the word, and yet she, too, must die. Poor Richard, Dick, as he still calls himself, he is limping on crutches through the world, ludicrously comparing himself to the diable Boileau, and ever talking of independent fellows, of his country, his family, and his own astonishing intellectual powers. But Richard is not himself, and I fear me never will be again. He cannot speak of his favourite Evie without brushing his rough coat sleeves across his eyes, and the action is always followed by an oath, and an observation that he will pepper that rascally colonel yet if he catches him in these diggings again. Ever since that unfortunate duel, Richard has resided with his parents and sister. Mr. Elton has procured him a situation as clerk in the same mercantile establishment of which Mr. Willard is a bookkeeper. But Dick still persists in calling himself a lawyer, adding that he is reposing on his laurels, and takes up the present situation to look after the establishment for the sake of obliging a friend. But he talks not as boisterously as was his wont, and I should not wonder to see him grow melancholy and gentlemanly, as Jacques himself. Mr. Willard deserves the truly American title of man well to do in the world. To Ellen, who first pointed out the veins of gold that ran unnoticed beneath his feet, the verdant spots in what was to him a desert, and who first taught him the value and beauty of existence, his devotion is unbounded. His prosperity yearly increases, and yet hardly keeps pace with his growing gratitude and content. Good man! He often comes in our way through his over-anxiety to be busy and obliging, but even haste could not thrust him aside without a smile and a word of thanks. And Amy, the gentle-spirited, uncomplaining, but soul-stricken Amy, where is she? Too soon vanished the delusive star upon which she had fixed her worshipping gaze. It fell. But her eyes were not less meekly nor less steadily turned to that firmament beyond which a holier star was shining. I mourn for the tender mother. and the fond old father, of whose lengthening days she is the son. For, as the autumn leaves blush when their glory must depart, so nature, in her feeble strife with death, has crimsoned Amy's cheek with a hectic hue that proclaims defeat. And in the fair girl's blue orbs there is a lustrous light that only illumines the eye when it takes its last farewell of earth. And Blanche, the two victims of, heaven pardon him, they are withering side by side. Blanche has never recovered her reason, nor of the hand by which her vengeance was accomplished. I loved her tenderly, and would have gladly retained her with me, but to my entreaties Amy answered, "When I am gone, take my place, and be to her all that you have been. While I remain, I shall find a sad pleasure in watching over one so much more miserable than myself. You have many duties, mine are but too few." Of Colonel Damerow, I only know that he disappeared from the city soon after his accident. The papers for some time daily teemed with different accounts of the terrible injury he had received, but all mention and even remembrance of him has long since died away. Where he is hidden, his disfigured countenance seems no longer a matter of interest. Peace be with him. The peace of which he has robbed so many without enriching himself. Ah, Netta! Rosy, roguish, industrious little Netta! Ellen's shadow in her right arm. Netta springs up and thrives like a weed, but her blossoms are those of the unconscious wildflower, and it would not be difficult to recognize what hand had nourished the soil about this vigorous little daisy. And Netta's parents. Dan has not entirely recovered his sight, but Mr. Elton has found him plenty of work, which is almost as good, and he has never broken the temperance pledge. Nancy, well, if she does not always follow the good path, it is not because the way is not often enough pointed out to her. There is a certain gentle hand that stretches itself forth to lead her into the road as often as she swerves aside, and it is to be hoped that one of these days she will learn to walk straight ahead. And Billy, in this land of newspapers and cheap publications, newsboys form an important part of the population. Some who now carry literary bundles beneath their arms will ride in their carriages before they die, and I see no reason why Billy himself may not be nominated as a member of Congress one of these days. Rise, rise! It matters not from what obscure pit a man may spring. If he has the talent, the energy, the will, he may still rise. The highest summit which America boasts is not beyond the reach of its humblest born citizen. At present, Billy looks forward to no greater glory than that of becoming a smasher and the rival of Mark. Billy already expresses it as his opinion that he knows when a book's worth the crying, and whether it's going to take off like hot cakes or cold, as well as the biggest-fisted smasher of them all. I believe him. Success to Billy the newsboy. The sturdy little fellow now prides himself upon his honesty, thanks to Ellen, as much as on his boxing, and he is an honor to his profession. Hurrah, hurrah for Billy, cry his ragged young brethren, after he has been haranguing them during idle times at some street corner. And hurrah for Billy, say I. May the newsboys ever find him easy to meet, but hard to beat. And these are all in whose histories your interest has been awakened. Nay, there is one more. Laura Hilson. I cannot so well give you a portrait of her pent life as by repeating a conversation which took place between Ellen and myself this afternoon. She had come to pass a sociable hour with me, and we were sitting by the window idling over our needles, and looking out into the broad avenue. As we chatted away, making our gossiping observations on the world at large, a splendid open barouche, with a liveried footman and coachman, and drawn by 2 white horses, whirled by us. The barouche contained a lady, magnificently attired, and though it fled with rapidity, we both recognized beneath the rich white Mechlin veil the blooming features of Laura Hilson.
"What a superb equipage! Laura Hilson! Can it be possible? How came she there?"
asked Ellen, all in one breath. "I forgot to tell you," was my answer, "that I heard the other day Miss Hilson was married."
"Married to whom?"
"To a southern planter of immense wealth, and a quite accomplished young man. I believe that his name is Ruthven, and he is said to have been a friend of Colonel Damereau. Mr. Ruthven was travelling for pleasure, and in passing through New York found the principal hotels full, and took room at Fleecer's. He saw Laura, and they are married. That is all I know on the subject." Ellen sat dejectedly musing for some time, and then, looking at me with a sorrowful expression, said, "Does it seem just in divine providence, who governs all things, that while the good are often bowed down by suffering and die, sometimes in misery, such misery as we have witnessed, that a being wicked as Laura Hilson should arrive at the summit of her wishes, should be loaded with riches, and be raised to a position which commands respect, if not adulation?" "Can you not then conceive, dear Ellen," I replied, "that those very riches, that adulation, may be the bitterest curses instead of blessings? Wealth and high station are blessings to those who prize them for the sake of ministering to others. They are blessings to those who look to some good use as the desirable end of riches. But what is opulence to such as regard self alone? Is it not a curse, since it makes them place their affections entirely upon worldly things from which they must be parted? If it seduces their minds and alienates their hearts from the contemplation of elevated subjects, is it not a curse? If it excites in them an uncontrollable desire for personal gratification, is it not a curse? Do not they themselves feel it a curse when, loving it so devotedly, they remember that they cannot carry it away with them, and that the unconquerable tyrant death may separate them at any hour from their treasures?"
"I admit the force of your argument," said Ellen,
"and yet I would willingly believe that the wicked were punished on earth and the good rewarded. And by balancing our accounts here, you would rob hereafter of half its sustaining consolations. If we found our heaven in this world, we should hardly be willing to seek it in another, and—"
I see now the short-sightedness of my own wishes," cried Ellen, interrupting me. "I would not for the universe be deprived of the perfect willingness to die which I now feel. Hereafter, yes, we must live for the hereafter. It is the reference which our seeming blessings bear to our future state which should render them prized or valueless. True, very true." So ended our grave conversation, and with it ends this long letter, for which I am almost inclined to make the apologies of a schoolgirl, but forbear, when I remember your habitual leniency and the constitutional blindness to all that is defective. End of chapter 24. End of Evelyn, or A Heart Unmasked, a novel by Anna Cora Mowatt.